The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and I go it's hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about Shabaka going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 Omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man makes them strong. But after man make everything he can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
I'm talking about Shabaka going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. me. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl, and a baby boy. And man makes them happy, because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chan Chroma. We might be joined with our other host, Lady Che, if she's still awake, and we might be joined with Shabaka, our West Coast correspondent, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. And on this season 5, episode 46, part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News, we, or I, depending on who shows up, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is the truth about the government shutdown, shock in Chicago, ICE tear gases, city police have protests gone wrong, ICE detains Black residents in Chicago, TikTok lies about our deportation exposed, federal agent fatally shoots man in raid, body cam exposes lies, illegal immigrant's wife humiliated by ICE agent during arrest, anti-ICE protests in Chicago and Portland, stopping the Black on Black focus where the media should be looking, Black people running Charlie Kirk wannabes out of town, final thoughts on the fall of Eric Adams of the NYPD, Dems and GOP's agents of no influence, and if we have time, no Blacks, no gays, a Black-only community, or a white-only community has been built in Arkansas. Most brutal, Idi Amin, forgotten history. And last but certainly not least, our unhoused neighbor news and our illegal migrant news and our local Denver news. So those are the topics. Thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Blacc News. All right, I'm going to hop right into it. Well, first we got to get this intro out. So we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We give the news from a Frontline and Black First perspective. We are a part of the new Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the new Blacc Media. We have been around for 5 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Blacc News is the first one we started back in 2020, 2021. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Blacc Panther Party for self-defense. We started on Blogtalk Radio back in 2016, and we have been around for 10 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It's also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blogtalk Radio to Streamyard. Please join us on Streamyard, YouTube, Frontline Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including the RBA by Lady Che, Jay Militant, our Bay Area loc. His channel is in the description. Kookeezy, brother, does our intro track. His link is in the description. And our brother out of Watts, California, now in Houston, Texas, the Church of Black Power's link is in the description. Also, we have the petition to sign reparations in the description. The GoFundMe for the brother that got expelled from the Texas University for mocking the death of Charlie Kirk. His GoFundMe link is also in the description. And Lady Che's GoFundMe is also in the description. Copyright disclaimer: under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use. The purpose such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human activity, and that's economics, that's education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war, and some say healthy nutrition. And that's by the great Nelly Ford Jr., who passed away in February of this year. ProduceJustice.com. Also from Nelly Fuller: when you a black person are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. ProduceJustice.com. And last but not least, we got racism, white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the great Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned back in 2016. So those are the topics. Thank y'all for tuning in. I said make sure you like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News. All right, I'm going to hop right into it with the first topic, and that's the truth about the government shutdown. And that's going to be brought to us by our brother Kookeezy.
You put that back in. We found fire money for electric buses in Rwanda. We found $3.6 million for pastry cooking class institutes in Haiti. I kid you not. I'm not making this up. That was in the budget under President Biden. We took it out. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez in the socialist wing, the loon wing of the Democratic Party, says we're going to shut down government until you put it back in. I'll just read you a few more that we took out. They are demanding we put back in. $6 million for media organizations for the Palestinians. $833,000 for transgender people in Nepal. $300,000 for a pride parade in Lesotho. $882,000 for social media mentorship in Serbia. $4.2 million. We took it out. The Congresswoman and the socialist wing of their party says we got to put that back in for the open government. $4.2 million for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex people in the Western Balkans and Uganda.
Family, this is what your government has been funding. A senator just read that list on the record. Transgender pastry studies, funding for male prostitutes, overseas projects that makes 0 sense. And you know what? I believe them, because these people are that reckless with your money. But here's the truth they don't want to tell you. Both parties, Republican and Democrat, are colluding to waste your tax dollars on everything except foundational Black Americans. They'll shut the entire government down, fighting over programs for everybody else. But the second you say reparations, both parties will get real quiet. They got all the money in the world for migrants, foreign wars, LGBT studies, and all of that. But when it comes to cutting a check for the people who built this country, suddenly they go broke. And pay attention to the words, family. Them say minority, people of color, underserved communities, and all of that. That's code language. We all know that. It means everybody but Black Americans. They package it to sound like it's for us, but when that check gets cut, it's going to immigrants Latinos, white women's, cats, humpback whales, and every other group they can slide under that umbrella. Now, we built this country and somehow we're always dead last for the benefits. That's not by accident, that's strategy. Republicans will tell you they're cutting waste. Democrats will tell you they're fighting for equality. But both are lying. They're fighting over which special interest gets paid, not whether Black Americans get justice. They'll shut the whole system down before they let reparations hit your hands. And that's not democracy. That's a tag team operation against foundational Black Americans. So we're not getting distracted by their culture war theater. We're not falling for the fake outrage over pronouns, drag queens, or whatever trending topic there is. Because under all that noise, both parties agree on one thing: keeping lineage-based reparations off the table. So we got nothing but smoke for both parties, because neither side has anything in that budget for us. If it's not lineage-based, if it's not targeted to foundational Black Americans, then it's not for us. And that's why this whole system, red, blue, left, right, needs to be called out for what it is. One big anti-Black hustle.
All you scared to death Negroes.
Just sit down. Don't you come out to defend our enemy. You sit down and you shut up and tell your master to come on out and deal with this.
That's right. All right, thank you, Cool Peasy, for breaking down the system of racism, white supremacy, and one of the areas of nine areas of activity, which is politics, and how it is anti-Black from beginning to end, all the way from its core. Shout out to Crew Reality, who's in the building. Shout out to Twin. Shout out to Matt. Shout out to Daniel, and whoever else is tapping in. Appreciate y'all staying up late with me. All right, so we're gonna move to the Chi, where Crew is. We got shock in Chicago. Tear gas. This is ice tear gas. The city police have protests gone wrong. So Uncle Phil gonna give us an update on that. And Crew, if you want to come up, you can. I sent you the link. If you want to give us an update on what's happening in Chicago, since you're out that way. All right. So Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on this.
You know, I mean, seeing all the ice raids that's been happening in Chicago, and the operation is called Midway Blitz, and they even putting out propaganda videos. And it was interesting, the propaganda video they put out, they only showed the illegal immigrants, but they didn't show all the Black people and Black children that they were bringing out. Now let me say something up front for the people in the back and some of the slow people in the back who's not listening, who go on other platforms or whatever trying to talk about me. You need to listen and listen very clear. I am not against mass deportation. If you're in the country illegally and you overstayed your visa, you came in the wrong way, especially you coming here and you're getting in criminal gangs and you're committing crimes in America, and you already have an order of deportation, or you have several crimes on your belt, I don't want you here. I want you gone. I am not against Trump and them getting them out. I don't think nobody is against that part of it right there. If you're getting out the criminal, illegal immigrants, hey, do your thing. But the part that I am against is the violation of constitutional rights and the violation of human rights and the violation of civil rights to American citizens. I'm definitely against that. Why I'm against that? Because they claim they're trying to get out illegal immigrants, but why are you abusing American citizens? And you should say something about this. Now, case in point, the Republicans say they're about law and order. Well, I want you to watch how they treated the Chicago Police Department. Let's go ahead and check this out.
Understand?
They just tear gas you. They don't give a about you either. Why you protecting them?
Come on, man.
Tomorrow, it's you.
Come on, man. Y'all know that was up. Y'all know that was up.
Garcia, stop. Jail. Wake up. Wake up.
You're gonna wake up. We're gonna go this way, then we'll
wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
Y'all don't get. None of us get paid enough for this.
Hey, time to get up. Get up.
Arrest ICE.
Wake up.
They shot a Chicagoan today. Arrest ICE.
Wake up. Wake up.
Oh, what I have to say here is this: the Chicago Police Department and the police unions and all these different people, support, Trump and all of that, right? And I'm not saying every police officer in the Chicago Police Department supporting Trump, but what I'm saying is they always talking about back the blue, support the blue. We need to fund the police and all of that, and then now ICE is attacking the.
Greetings, crew. What up?
What up, Jesse? What's the word?
What up, Joe? What's happening in the Shire? They lying.
Man, where you see Joe at, man? You talking like you out here. What up, Joe? Where's Charlie at? What up, Charlie? Hey, check it out. Hey, check it out. Now, you know if we tell you that up in Chicago, don't ever go check it out.
Yeah.
Nah, but so when I was in Tulsa this weekend, right?
You went to Tulsa? Okay.
Yeah, so my girl, her cousin stays in that building, right?
Okay. In the South Shore, right?
Yep, 75th and South Shore Drive.
Okay.
I've been there before. It's a nice little apartment in there. You know what I mean? At least hers is.
Yeah.
But they didn't raid her apartment. She didn't have to come outside.
Okay.
She was complaining, and I'm getting this secondhand. She was just complaining about how they was treating people outside. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they wasn't like I've never heard anything concrete about children getting zip tied and stuff like that. Maybe children, but not toddlers. You get me? And children is anybody under 18, right?
Right.
So just like they say, African American, they're arresting African Americans or they're deporting African Americans, right?
Yeah, that's the lie they spit. Yeah.
Yes, but of course, because if you're a Jamaican American or a fucking Nigerian American, you're an African American, and if you overstayed your visa, you're gonna get deported.
Right.
But they're not deporting foundational Black Americans or Black Americans. I always say the only Black people are Americans, but
yeah, right.
that falls on deaf ears a lot of times.
Okay. All right, let's see what Uncle Phil got to say on this video about the police.
Police, because they're not trying to assist them in doing anything. They don't have to assist you to do anything. You got what, $100 billion given to y'all in that big beautiful bill, where y'all could handle things on your own. Now, the Chicago Police Department is the police department that's over that particular city, and it'll be best for them to handle law enforcement issues, right? But they choose not to do that. Now, I've heard that, they say, well, shoot, let us go to the jails and get the illegal immigrants. Now, that part right there, I think they should have did that part. I'm talking about the leadership in Chicago. I mean, if you got an illegal immigrant in the jail, then it's very easy to go get them. I think they should have been did that, right? But that's neither here nor there. Now, these tactics that they're using, right? These tactics is not something that most of us have ever seen. Now, and I'm going to repeat this again. Barack Obama, they called him the deporter in chief. In his 8 years, he removed way more people than Trump removed in his first 4-year term. And even up to now, Barack Obama was moving all these people out of here. But you did not see this third world look about it. How come Barack Obama got all those people out of here, but without even you noticing he did it, But Trump, he got to be doing all this craziness.
Because he
Then
was
you
working
claim
with the
you're about law and
Democrats.
order, but then a federal judge says, well, no, you can't bring the National Guard to Portland, Oregon. And you say, okay, well, don't worry, I'm going to take the ones that I had a court order for out in California, and I'm going to move them to Portland, trying to circumvent the law, right? Now, that's not law and order. I mean, I thought we were supposed to be supporting the courts and having checks and balances or whatever. As a black person, I would never, ever, ever support the violation of our constitutional rights, human rights, civil rights. I would never do that. I don't care what's going on. I'm not going to do that. Anybody who's sitting up here advocating the violation of our American rights, I don't think that's the person I want to listen to. Because if it's okay to violate Americans' rights, see, that's what happened to the folks. See, they were cool when our constitutional, civil, and human rights are violated. Now it's happening to them, and they shocked. You understand? And that's why I don't get into that. Oh, I don't care. Oh, I don't care what happens. Who cares about this? Who cares about that? You know what I'm saying? I don't get into that. Now, I know the balance with that. When people saying it's not my issue, it's not my problem. I get why a lot of black people say that. Because when it was us, nobody cared. Nobody stood up for us. Nobody said nothing for us. And that is the God's honest truth. But when I'm talking about black people, and that's who my focus is always going to be on. When I'm talking about black people are being pulled out of their apartments, their doors getting kicked in, and our babies being put in zip ties. What are you putting babies in zip ties for? I don't care what y'all say. When you cross the line, you do that to babies. And when they say F them kids and all that, babies, what babies is going to do to you? What small black children is going to do to you? Immigrant or not? What small black children is going to do to you? You see,
a whole lot. We train our kids well.
ICE kick in your door and pull you out your house and ransack your house and have you in zip ties for hours, you being an American citizen, then you'll say something. I'm sorry. If something happened to the least of them in my community, it happened to all of us. That's how I look at it. You think that just because in your city, they haven't done it yet or whatever, like they wouldn't do it to you. They'll do it to me. They'll do it to my children. They'll do it to my spouse. They'll do it to whoever. And we all American citizens over here. You know what I'm saying? So no, you shouldn't say, well, they let them go. I mean, they were looking for illegals. So you need to be zip tied for hours. For hours. And you didn't do nothing wrong. You an American citizen, black American citizen. Your little babies are zip tied. You are zip tied. Your wife, they pulled you out of the house. Some of you not even dressed right. They pull you out your house, ransacking your place, and has nothing to do with illegal immigration. Nothing. But yet they're doing this. That's the issue. And I know why they're doing it, because they're trying to provoke a reaction out of black people. That's why they're doing it. Because since they say, dog, we can't get them to come out, so let's go ahead on and kick in their door and harass them and piss them off to come out. You should never sit up here and say, well, they had illegals in that building. So, well, if they had illegals in the building, they should know exactly where the illegals were and went after them, not doing it to all the black people. I'm sorry. I would never support that.
They did go after
our
them.
people. I won't do it. No, they didn't get deported. No. Because don't minimize the violation of our human rights, civil rights, or constitutional rights by the government. You never justify that. I don't care if we can't get deported. Inconveniencing you for hours.
He said it.
Sitting you in the middle of the night, your baby sitting up there for hours. No, I can't go along with that. Not as a father, not as a grandfather or a husband. I can't go along with that. A brother, I'm an uncle, I'm a cousin, I'm all kind of positions.
I think your
they
camera
have no
froze,
respect
Jesse.
for law enforcement in Chicago. Then what in the hell are they going to respect you for? And they had an alderman in Chicago. When she was Latina, the way they grabbed her up, because she was asking questions to him. I mean, like they just went, they off the chain. So when we talk about deportation, we talk about illegal immigrants, not do all this mess to American citizens. So you got to know when to say, okay, this is what I'm for, but I'm not for this. And it's not being, you don't know what you want. I know exactly what I want. I want American citizens to have their constitutional rights, civil rights, and human rights intact. ICE can go ahead and remove who they need to remove, but American citizens should be zip tied. Their places shouldn't be ransacked. Doors shouldn't be kicked in the middle of the night. All that kind of stuff happened to black people. No. It don't matter if they can't deport us. I'm sorry, I'm not supporting that. If they're going to tear gas Chicago Police Department, then what the hell are they going to do to black folks or anybody else, really, if you think about it? Yeah, that's just my position with it. And if you don't like, well, he don't know what he wants, know exactly what I want. I want justice. I want equality. I want our people to be respected and their dignity intact. That's exactly what I want. And I don't bat an eye when I say it. It's like your children. I love my children. But if they do something wrong, I'm going to get on to them. I'm not going to support everything my children do if they do something wrong. I can support deportations and not support violating our rights. So things at one time, maybe some of you can't, but I can. Multiple things could be right at one time and multiple things could be wrong at one time too. So, this is what you got. Now, I will say, I can't point this to the black community, but I will say to the Latino community, I bet y'all registering to vote now, aren't you? I bet you are. I bet there's going to be a big old Latino wave coming up in that midterms. I bet you it is. I bet you ain't going to be singing. We ain't going to be singing, no, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. I guarantee you they ain't going to be singing that this time. I promise you that. Because you can't put nothing on black people in that election. You just can't. Because even though a lot of black people sat out, they did. They didn't vote for Trump like that. Some voted for Trump, but a lot of black people sat it out. I looked at the numbers, okay? One thing I always look at is the numbers. And even the black people who did vote, they did vote, black men and women did vote more for Kamala Harris. That's true. I mean, that's a fact. But way more black people sat it out. But I would never sit up here and say, you black people, if you wouldn't have sat it out, this wouldn't be happening. No. You're not doing that to my people. You need to tell the Latinos, because they had a lot more to lose with this administration than anybody else. And they chose to split their votes and not vote in a block for their own interest. Okay. My people are not to blame for anything. It's not my people's responsibility to carry this country. We live in a country with a bunch of different groups of people, and it's everybody's responsibility to make sure this country is good. My voting registration and all of that, I think the Latinos need to be hollered at and see, hey, you gonna vote now? Because this is hurting you way more than hurting anybody else. But tear gassing, Chicago Police Department. Yeah, that's not really, back in the blue, is it?
Hey, so
Right, cool.
a couple things on that, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Blame the damn local government who put them people there. Like they be saying.
The Democrats.
We didn't tell them to drop all these people in our neighborhood. Why didn't drop them off in Wilmette or Bartlett or something? Deerfield, where Jordan stays at. How come they ain't drop no immigrants over there?
Right.
But that's what they say. The Dems dropped them all over there because they know where that's good raid gonna be. And then another thing. Hey Jesse, you ever heard of somebody selling dope or something, and then it's a snitch on the street and told the police, oh, that nigga, he did it. He stay over there, right? And what happened when you stay with your parents, your family? What happens? Everybody gets detained, right? For hours, right? And they gonna come in there rushing with flashbangs and everything, right?
Yep.
For hours and hours and hours, right? But nobody, where's all the protesting for that? How come everybody ain't getting on the internet telling white people and telling these immigrants to get behind us?
Right, that part. That's what I was saying. Like, they've been doing that shit to us for decades, with the battle rams, the raids, all of that shit. That ain't nothing new to us.
Man, my damn middle monitor went out, so that's why I'm looking crazy. I gotta look from this monitor all the way to the TV screen. I ain't got my middle monitor here next to the camera.
Yeah, that's a good point, crew. Yep.
Right, the raids, dog. If they come get you for drugs or something like that, everybody gets detained. And I made another point on Afro Elites in his chat. What about the school shooters? Somebody come in and blow down a school, right? Isn't the entire school detained for the rest of the day? Till they count the bodies, till they count everybody, make sure who everybody is, check their IDs. Anybody on the campus is getting detained immediately.
Immediately. They call it lockdown. The whole school.
Right. So lockdown. So what they did in Chicago was lock down the building.
Yep.
They locked down the building and rushed through it as fast as they can. Now, I do think a lot of us FBA and people that, because, you know, Fourth Amendment, you got to have a specific warrant tying you to a specific crime. They can't just say, oh, a nigga robbed me, and then they start harassing you, then they harass me, then Twin, then Mac, and whatever, because we the only 4 niggas there.
Right.
You get me? Now, they can probably walk up to us, what you been on, what you doing, and then if you act nervous or, say something that doesn't, that doesn't make sense, then they'll fuck around and detain you.
Yeah.
But they can't just detain you because, I don't feel like talking to you. I plead the fifth. I ain't talking. Because I feel like if I was in that building and they came up in my shit and it's my shit, no, they're not going to. And even if they did detain me, I'm pleading the fifth and I'm not saying nothing. But like I said, I got my girl, her cousin, lives in that building and they did not come in her shit. Okay. They did not detain her at all whatsoever. She's FBA. She worked for the, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I ain't going to give up her spot, but you know what I mean?
Yeah. I got you. Okay. So this next video is about all the shit that's running around on TikTok about us supposedly being deported. ICE detains Black residents in Chicago. TikTok lies about our deportation exposed. So at least they're gonna give us an update on that. It says dad something. Your mug.
The
nice
toughest
mug.
job you'll ever love.
Nice. Yep, that's my dad. That's definitely true. All right, let's see what Lisa got to say.
Shalom, family. Sorry for the delay. I got stuck, so I had to restart my laptop. So anyway, y'all, there was an ICE raid out in Chicago, and in the building they went into, it was Venezuelans, and of course our melanated family was up in that building. So what ICE did was they took everyone. Now, most of the building is Venezuelan. Now, why did it get raided? Because when these folks come to this country, they throw them in our community. They sure don't throw them out in the suburbs where white people are. No, they throw them in the hood where our people are. That's why it got raided. So, y'all, what I don't like, what's rubbing me the wrong way is, first of all, these immigrants are all gleeful on the video. Oh, see, we told you ICE was coming for you too. ICE is coming for you too. Well, it's very deceptive, y'all. Okay. And I think what gets me even more fired up is our own people are jumping on the damn bandwagon, agreeing with these immigrants. See, this is why we should have been out there in the first place. We should never have sat it out. Then go, you take your ass out there then. I don't think because of what happened in Chicago, we should be out in these streets. Because we know what the intended goal is. They want to be able to have access to us, to harm us, and even kill us. And plus, Donald Trump is itching for us to get out there so he can declare martial law. But if you want to carry your ass out there with these immigrants, you knocked yourself out. Stop telling our community we should have been out there. These things are going to happen because, unfortunately, these immigrants live amongst our people, especially in places like Chicago. They live among our people. So, look, everybody that they detained that were Black residents in that building, I was looking at the articles. Some of them were let go in like 2 hours, some 4 hours, some the next morning. But every last one of them were let go once they were able to identify them. That's in Chicago right now. Look, even in my state, there was a case where a teenager got detained, and it was a little young brother. He got detained. They called his mother when they realized he was underage. They called his mother, and just one conversation with his mother over the phone, they let him go. So yes, some of our people are going to get detained, but so far they have let every last one of them go. And these immigrants, it's Latinos, Africans, and Caribbeans are going on these videos talking about, see, I told y'all they were going to come for y'all. They coming for you, Black Americans. See, we told you. We told you. First of all, they didn't deport us nowhere. Detained and deport mean two different things. But see, that they're leaving that out of all the videos of how these people were all let go, to make it seem like when people watch the video, ICE is after those Black Americans too. ICE even told them they were not after Black Americans. They were after the Venezuelans that lived in that apartment building. They were never after our people. So unfortunately, you even got some of our people out there. I don't know if y'all doing it for clicks and views, but you're talking about our people getting detained by ICE, and every last one of them videos where y'all jumping on the bandwagon with the immigrants, you're leaving out the part where everybody from our community that got detained was let go. And y'all know what you're doing. You know what out of your videos. Now, I understand why the immigrants are doing it, because they want to make it look like we're in the same boat with them. We can never be in the same boat with them because we are actual citizens. And where they going to send us anyway? Where they going to send us?
Exactly, Lisa. We can't be deported. We're non-deportable.
Okay. Immigration, we said before, stay out of it. And I'm still saying stay out of it.
Right.
I'm still saying it.
Ain't got shit to do with us. I believe.
So I put together some videos. I'm going to let you listen so that you can see for yourself. Hold on for 1 second. Hold on. It should not have played like that. Okay, let's try this again.
Yeah, I believe it, crew. ICE is at the truck weigh stations talking to the driver, see if they can speak English.
Okay, y'all, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Yes, Lisa, we can see your screen.
Okay. All right, y'all.
So the fear-mongering has got to stop. Like y'all are saying, oh, they're deporting Black Americans. No, they're not, because of what happened in Chicago. That building was riddled with Venezuelan gang members. That's who they were targeting, and that's who they were looking for. I'm so over this rhetoric that we're immigrants and we need to be afraid. I'm so over the fear-mongering tactics. Yes, I saw the videos. I saw the news clippings of the Black women saying that they were detaining kids. That shit is fucking like diabolical. It's very unfortunate and absolutely something needs to be done. We absolutely need to talk about this. We absolutely need to fucking do whatever it is we need to do to make sure that things like this are not a normal reoccurrence. However, those people were let go. Like, they didn't send them to Guantanamo Bay. And you also have to keep in mind that there are immigrants that are also Black. So if you see someone getting deported that looks like maybe they're Caribbean, African, so stop it. They went up in that building in Chicago to get the Venezuelan gang members. We've been under siege. We've been under attack. Literally. We are blueprint for the resistance in this country. I don't think that it's okay that they use brute force against anybody, no matter your background, your hue of complexion. I'm not in agreement with that. I definitely do not fuck with touching kids, period. Like, I'm just not, none of it is okay. And I feel like when you all hear me say, you know, Black Americans aren't immigrants, or when we would be like, this is not a fight, that mostly stemmed from the fact that there has never been true solidarity between us and Latin communities. One-on-one, pockets of us, absolutely. We bang with each other in real life. Some of us are best friends. Some of us have children together. But as a collective, y'all even treat the Afro-Latinos like shit. So for me to see you all making these fear-mongering videos, it's like, come on. We've been getting detained. Y'all don't remember Stop and Search that was going on in the 90s and early 2000s? Am I saying it's okay? No, but we will continue to fight the good fight. However, we are not going to get deported by the droves, because even if you get detained, they got to run you through the system and find out. So the ethics. This is not the way to get us to come outside. And do we need to fight back? Yes, but we're not fighting, spread the reciprocal way.
There is so much ignorance going around. I've seen videos saying, if just because you're a Black American, you think that's going to stop you from being detained, or if you're in an area where there is a lot of immigrant or gang activity, you're at risk of being detained. Being detained during a raid is literally a normal part, nothing new. It is always going to be the right to detain everyone during an investigation, if you're at the wrong place at the wrong time, during a raid especially. ICE is not specifically targeting African Americans. Whoever's thinking this, you are very uneducated, dumb, and you're fear-mongering other uneducated Black people who can't unfortunately think for themselves. If ICE is targeting African Americans and detaining them, are you safe? You will be safe because you'll be released eventually. We have a lot of people fear-mongering. We already knew they were going to try detaining all types of people, but this is literally a provoking tactic. We have a lot of stupid Black people trying to mobilize other Black people to get themselves killed. The only thing you should do is stay as quiet as possible, record, lawyer up after the fact, etc. We have people here fear-mongering because that's all they're doing. They're scaring a large group of uninformed Black people and not even providing a solution. You don't tell people something, oh, African Americans are being detained, as if they were going to get deported, because a lot of people are unfortunately very uneducated and think this means something. Of course they're going to try and detain them, but in the end, they're all released. Have we seen anything about people getting deported? Of course not. So it's literally like a provoking tactic. They can't do anything unless you give them a reason to. We have people saying stupid things like, exercise your Second Amendment. They want you as Black people to get weapons, to get guns, and start pointing them at ICE. You're going to get yourself killed. That's the stupidest thing ever. Stop listening to idiots like this. I know most Black people will not do this. And there was a very smart woman who said Black people aren't dumb enough, and I'd hope, to not go outside and start giving them a reason to target us, because that's exactly what will happen. I swear to God, if I were to ever see a majority Black protest during these 4 years, whoever gets taken out there, that's less ignorance in our community, to be honest. People are asking, where are we going to go? Where are they taking us? Yeah, but eventually you will be released if you're a citizen. They can't deport you. And people who are saying, oh, they're going to try, you're ignorant, they cannot do that if you're a citizen. And then we have people saying, if you find yourself in a position, don't say anything besides you want a lawyer. That's the only thing you should be doing. We should be staying close. But even still, this is like, guys, people may say, oh my God, we should stick together. I'm talking about people that are not Black and Black people, but they want you to start it for you. Black people have always been starting other people's campaigns for them when it comes to things like this. I'd say the best thing to do is to just stay quiet during, like, post on social media, record, but honestly get educated and stop fear-mongering our community. Someone said we have to have our, I don't know what our 1-6 is, and be more aggressive. Peaceful walks isn't gonna cut. Okay, that's stupid. They're asking you. Luckily, it only has one leg. Really dumb. They want you to be aggressive. Don't be aggressive towards ICE. That's literally like a government agency. You will get killed. Okay, so fear mongering is the people just saying African Americans are getting detained and nothing else. That's fear mongering. Because unfortunately, what I've learned is that so many are uninformed and just like it. So
this is to all the lefty loony Blacks, all right, that's claiming that Black people are being snatched off the street. Black kids are being zip tied and taken away and deported. Listen, what planet do y'all live on? Okay, first let me break this down. All right, because I've been seeing this shit since I was a kid. I'm from LA. I'm in here right now. I didn't see 1 million raids, and I know exactly what happens when you get raided, right? Everyone in the establishment, in the house, in the whatever that got raided, if you are not the person that they are looking for, you are released. So what happened in Chicago when Border Patrol, ICE, and whoever raided that building that was known to be the Trende de Agua hangout spot, they took the building over, all right? They took 37 of them out. And the few Black people that were there, yes, they were detained for a short while to identify them, right? Just like in every raid is like that. They ain't special. You get detained until you're identified, then you're let go. That's exactly what happened to them. African Americans, Black Americans are not being deported. Have y'all ever heard of the 14th Amendment? Go look it up right now, nigga, because that's for you. That's for us. This is our country, bro. We're not going nowhere. I don't know what you niggas don't understand on the left, bro. You guys blow me with the rhetoric y'all jump on this internet with. It's insane. The fear mongering, all the shit that y'all do. Y'all get on here and talk about, oh, everybody's against, ain't nobody against you, bro. Them ICE officers ain't looking for us. I live in LA. They came here first. They was walking up and down the streets.
Everybody.
They never arrested one Black unless they was in the riots and getting extra active. Sure, yeah, your ass is getting arrested. But just regular everyday people, I walked by them, they didn't look at me twice. They know what the fuck, we not immigrants, they know what we look like. We they people. What are you talking about? And if you are a Black immigrant, bye-bye. Call me what you want. Immigration is not a Black American issue. It's not. So if y'all want to live in fear, live in it. Drown in it. I won't. I'm free as a bird. And I'm going to continue to be because I love my country. Unlike some of you fools, I don't understand people who don't love America. I don't understand it because your ass could have been born in Nigeria. You see what's going on over there right now, right? You could have been born in Nigeria. And if you a Christian, you would be being slaughtered right now by Boko Haram. All right. So stop with the fear mongering because you fools don't make no sense. Okay.
They get slaughtered by some nigga that shit in the streets.
They hate to see this face coming because I'm gonna come with the facts to break it back. African back, Hispanic back, immigration back. I don't care. Facts are the facts, and that's what I come with. So stop the fear mongering. It's goofy. We're not going nowhere. We are American. And if you Black and you don't want to be American, bye. Go somewhere else. and let's see how they treat you over there, okay? Because as soon as your ass take yourself back to Africa, they're gonna let you know that you are not one of them.
So if ICE is detaining Black people now in Chicago, where are they sending us? Where are we going? Don't threaten me with a good time. Send me to Turks and Caicos.
There was actually somebody complaining about ICE being in the Black neighborhoods. They sending ICE to the Black neighborhoods. Yeah, it makes all the sense in the world, because you think when when they was allowing all those illegal immigrants to come into the country, you think they was sending them to the suburbs, or you know, nice neighborhoods with mansions and fancy apartments? Like, you think they was sending them there? No, they was sending
Those would
them
be Black neighborhoods too, though.
inner cities. They was sending them into the Black neighborhoods. Makes sense, right? That's why ICE is in the Black neighborhood. And they complaining about a building that was raided by ICE and how they was detaining Black folks. Yeah, they had it, and they were released eventually. But come to find out, that building was basically taken over by illegal Venezuelans. And I actually saw a video of the guy. He was doing a walkthrough throughout the whole building, and how the first floor and the entire first floor was taken over by Venezuelans. And the second, they wasn't paying no rent. They was running cords through the building, like through the apartments. You know, couches were in the hallways. Man, and then he was talking about, let me just start. We didn't even get to the sixth floor yet. Like, what? Like, these people wasn't paying rent, nothing. They just was just lounging in these apartments, these vacant apartments. The entire first floor, the entire second floor is crazy, man. And it's ridiculous that, you know, the politicians in Chicago, Brandon Johnson specifically, allowed this shit to go on. Like, and I'm sure people were complaining, you know, Black folks in that neighborhood, in that building, was complaining like, yo, can you do something about this? And he didn't do shit. Not telling how long this shit was going on.
So that's what I need to investigate.
African Americans are
from
not being
my
deported. They're
friend.
just being illegally
Ask her
detained.
about her
That
cousin.
shit been happening.
What
That
did she
shit been
feel
happening
about
for
the
a while.
building
Like, this ain't even
before all
nothing.
of this?
ICE been illegally detaining fucking African Americans trying to get to Haitians and shit. Right? They been doing that shit. It's just a simple fact. Now,
What did she say?
No, I need to ask her. That's what I need to ask her is, like, how did she feel before, you know, because I'm just getting, you know, from the phone call. So I'm out there in Tulsa with my peoples, right? And she's telling me, oh, yeah, I was just on the phone with my cousin about this, that. So I didn't get to ask her cousin the questions that I wanted to ask. I'm just going by hearsay. You get me? But it's an apartment I've been to, and the girl complained about it, and my friend is not gonna lie to me neither. So, not like that, you know.
Well, we had a similar situation.
But she said her cousin was in her apartment, did not get raided, did not get ID'd or nothing, and she's in the same building. So yeah, they got a lot of shit, but they got, you know, they said there's a bunch of people that wasn't. This is not from me, from my side. This is from what I've heard from, you know, YouTube from now. They said it was because this is, you probably gonna show it, but it's a dude that's in there.
Yep.
You get me? And he's saying like half the building condemned. The landlord ain't shit. Most of these niggas ain't supposed to be there.
Yep.
So if it's a nigga in there, it's probably you know, he's hanging around the gang or doing something just to you know, get his fix or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but he ain't supposed to be there neither. But the real residents, you know what I mean? Like, mostly the real residents ain't had to deal with too much of shit.
Okay.
we real like niggas really ain't gonna fuck with y'all because I'm seeing a lot of non-Black American Black people right? Saying shit like, we told y'all so, you guys never listen. We told you they're going to come after y'all, and we still ain't protesting, bitch. If that's what you thought was going to happen, because I feel like that's what they were getting excited. They were getting more excited for the fact that Black Americans were finally being targeted by ICE. Like, y'all don't even really give a fuck that it happened, because y'all never gave a fuck that it happened before, right? You're just excited because they're doing it, period. Because you think it's a gotcha, but we're still not protesting deportation, bitch. And then on top of that, these same people bringing up that happened didn't say nothing about those hangings, several Black people being hung back in September. Said nothing about those HBCUs, several HBCUs getting fucking death threats and shit. Never said nothing about that. Never said nothing about Matt coming to those HBCUs, provoking those children. Ain't said shit about that, right? Now suddenly, oh, we told y'all gonna be targeted. We told you you're gonna be targeted. Then why you didn't say nothing about us being targeted then? Like, such y'all protest and deportation. If you thought that what the fuck gonna happen, dick riding assholes. That shit pissed me off, because they was excited as fuck, talking about something. We told y'all. You didn't tell us shit. We been said, oh yeah, we already knew they was gonna come after us. We already knew they was gonna come after us, and we still ain't protesting shit because y'all sat right here and let it happen. Y'all, first of all, y'all wasn't even concerned about those Black people being hung in September and those HBCUs being threatened, because y'all worried about protesting that fucking Kamala's book sign book event. They on this motherfucker arguing about why it makes sense to protest Kamala's booking event and not protest Trump. Like, that's what they try to argue. Like, no, we still not protesting deportation. So yeah, y'all might as well relax, re-fucking relax.
My people, my emancipated FBA, Black American, whatever you identify on this land, do not let these people fearmonger y'all, okay, into thinking racism started with Trump. Racism been here, okay? Racism been here. We were terrorized under Obama. We was terrorized under Obama. Don't let the news media fearmonger y'all into thinking, oh, y'all being detained. It's racism, man. We been detained.
All facts.
We been getting fucked up out here. Trump didn't start this shit. This is me right here. Y'all don't have to follow how I think. But I love my racist white people.
You want sympathy? After all the jokes you cracked? You guys were calling ICE on people just because you don't like them. Now ICE is coming for you. ICE is coming for you. I want you to keep those indigenous papers close. Keep those foundational papers close. You better call your Cherokee grandmother. Let her know ICE is coming. Let her know ICE is coming.
ICE melts in the South.
Look at how just a few days of ICE, your eyebrows are already turning. All that stress. And the people you were mocking are still here. It's painful.
We can get his IP address.
Have fun, guys.
He probably overstayed.
The land you claimed was yours.
Yep.
I love it when we pull up on you guys around, running like little mice when Massa shows up. Oh, you forgot the plan. You forgot the plot. You thought you were special because we started with Mexicans.
Hey, Jesse, giving up.
You thought your time was not coming. You went to Black immigrants. You thought your time was not coming.
See what he said
over you. Let me see who's going to speak on your behalf too. Who's going to rock with you? Who's going to ride with you? You're on your own, buddy. You're on your own. Let me see.
We've always been on our own.
Some jail in some remote country somewhere. And no one will even know. No one will even care. Brother, I apologize, but it's your turn.
I've been in jail in Ghana. It's bad. It's very bad.
Chicago, you need to stop lying and saying, and people on this internet need to stop lying and saying that they're coming for Black people. Yes, there was a building in a Black community that was not majority Black because it had been overran by illegal gang bangers. Let's be clear. So why everybody want to keep throwing that narrative around half the South Shore is fucking invaded by illegals. That's the truth. So don't get on here saying Black people are being came for. They're coming because they're in our neighborhoods and our communities. That's why. So yes, they're going to go in buildings where Black people live and sleep because they put them in buildings where Black people live and sleep. South Shore, born and raised. I know what I'm talking about. Stop pushing that narrative because it's not correct.
All right, y'all. At this point, y'all have really pissed me off, especially you so-called influencers who are taking parts of stories coming out of Chicago and using it for fucking clickbait and engagement. Now, I have been urging my people here to pause so that they can process things. Y'all talking about them coming down on that building out south. Whole time, that building used to be predominantly Black. That building was predominantly Venezuelans, okay? There are people from that neighborhood that have been complaining about that building for a year. Okay.
So now that the Trump administration, because again, this is another example of how
Damn, you
Chicago
skipped it,
leadership
Jesse.
has
She was
failed,
about to break
from
it down.
alderman to the mayor, all the way up until Illinois governor. They have failed y'all. So now that the Trump administration is actually fixing
That was the whole video you got?
inside of y'all community, because the building that y'all have been complaining about for well over a year, which Brandon Johnson is the one that embraced illegal migrants and integrated them into y'all community, while at the same time not necessarily helping Black people at all. Finally, you get somebody, because they haven't even deployed the National Guard or anything yet, but you get somebody that actually does something inside of the community and get some illegal Venezuelan migrants up out of there and deport them, because these are not the people that you want in your community.
There are some immigrants out here saying that African Americans are getting deported when they're only
Anton needs to be deported.
Y'all are fucking stupid.
Right. Yeah. Antoine definitely needs to be deported.
Nigerian scammer.
Antoine. Yep.
Anton Daniels. Oh, God.
Okay, y'all. So you heard what's going on. You know, again, our people were not the target. They were just in an apartment building with gang members from Venezuela. And even ICE told them they were not after Black Americans. They were after the Venezuelan gangs. That's why they were released, and the Venezuelans are still in ICE detention. None of them have gotten released. None of them. Okay? So, you know, I think I'm more angry with our people trying to act like, you know, the release didn't happen. So they're just completely misleading you all over the video. That's what I'm more upset about. So, no, we continue to stay out of everything. I don't care what these immigrants jump on a video and say. Your ass don't have no rights here. That's why they're rounding you up. And now Trump is virtually throwing y'all anywhere. You could be from Mexico and he throws you in Africa.
Yep.
Okay, he doesn't care where he drops you off. So do you think we're going to listen to people that have zero rights up in here tell us anything? Y'all can't tell us nothing about ICE that we don't know ourselves.
Right.
You know, come on now. You got to be a fool to listen to them. But unfortunately, y'all, there are people listening to this stuff. It's unbelievable, but they are. So I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. You know, I got more coming up. I just got to get things set up. I got 2 more live streams coming. So I hope you can come back and we can gather together once again. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. Thank you, Lisa, for debunking this nonsense. All right, what are your thoughts, crew? For our next move to the next video.
Well, I think Lisa's absolutely correct. I didn't know that you were playing hers, so that's why I was asking, like, why didn't you play the rest of the dang on video of the shorty walking down the street downtown Chicago? Because she's from the South Shore too. She was just downtown. Yeah. You know, I know my city so well. I've been out here 40-something years and plus. But, you know, like, and then the other dude said he's seen the in and outside of the building. I sent you another video. You know that comedian D Springs. Okay. So
Yeah.
if you get a chance, and fair use. I got it on my channel though too. So, but you know, so I'll know before you if it's a problem. But yeah, she's on code too, saying like, what the hell is this? Like, we don't want these people here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we don't want these people here. So, but I'm not gonna take sides. But if the guy that I don't like loses the fight, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna get mad. I don't want neither one of them there. But at least the one guy is just like a crackhead, and the other guy is a child abuser. So I'm, if the crackhead wins, okay. I'm not really mad at all. I'll go buy the crackhead a sandwich.
Right. Right. All right. So the next one is about ICE supposedly fatally shoots man in raid. Body cam exposes lies. So this is from the Democrats. We already know. They back on fear mongering shit.
So ICE actually shot somebody?
Yep.
When did this happen?
I guess a few days ago.
Man, that shit would have been blowing up on TikTok. Tyreek would have said something. Professor Truth, Jason, everybody would have said something if ICE had shot somebody. Twitter would have blew up with that. It's a lie.
Right. Well, let's see what these moms gotta say.
ICE agent fatally shoots a man during a Chicago raid, and guess what? Lies about it.
Brother BCA. You tried to run this over. Okay. You're the driver? Yeah. Okay, get off the road. You guys good? What's up? You guys good? I got an ambulance coming to you guys, all right? Any other suspects? Any other suspects? No, the suspects? Yeah. No, is he the only? Is there anybody else? So, he stopped.
Be the first time this has happened. 2 weeks ago, a man was shot and killed by ICE in Franklin Park, Illinois.
What up?
ICE issued a statement justifying the killing. Now we actually have the footage of the officer's first reaction to this. This footage was at the scene. But speaking over a radio, the federal agent who told the police that Villegas Gonzalez tried to use his chair as a weapon said his partner had suffered, quote, a left knee injury and some lacerations to his hand. Nothing major. The injured agent said, nothing major. His partner echoed. We have the footage. Watch.
And our law enforcement officer is in serious condition.
Left knee injury and some lacerations to his nothing major. Officer, wouldn't it be states at a minimum? No, because it's a federal shooting. You're not going to investigate a federal officer.
Nothing major. Report serious injuries. Nothing major. Serious injuries. Go. A man was shot and killed by ICE. Shortly after, ICE issued a statement justifying the killing, saying the federal agent was, quote, seriously injured. Seriously injured. Pritzker said, referring to a statement from the Department of Homeland Security. Body cam videos from Franklin Park police officers showed the hurt ICE agent describing his own injuries as, quote, Nothing major. Pritzker on Monday focused on that comment, saying the video, quote, has brought to light.
Crew, where is Franklin Park in relation to the Chi?
Franklin Park is in Chicago. It's like Humboldt
a
Park.
neighborhood or?
Yeah, it's an area.
Okay,
Let me find it. Hold on. Let me find it. I'll share my screen. Franklin Park, Illinois is a village in Cook County. 18,000 people. Name for the broker, Lesser Franklin. Here, let me pull up a picture. Oh, jeez. Yeah, where is it at? Franklin Park. Let me pull it up on the map.
Okay.
And just give me 1 second, then I'll share my screen. But like it's in the city.
Okay. It's like on the south side, west
No,
side.
no, it's on the north. Oh, man. So I just had it right here. Franklin Park, Illinois. All right, let me pull this up. View this full screen. That shit is low quality. I'm sorry, Jesse.
Okay.
Let me find a good map to show you where Franklin Park is. But yeah, it's like it's not really. It's like the northwest side, I believe.
Okay.
You give me like a little north of downtown, but west.
So like heading not as far west of Cicero, but heading that.
All right, I got a picture. Hold on, let me show you.
Okay.
I gotta add a. Oh, give me 1 second if I can share my screen.
Okay.
Browser capture or whatever. Okay, what's the source? You know, I ain't did no OBS in a second, right?
Yeah.
I think I got to do a window capture. Okay. Because I just set up because one of my monitors went out.
Yeah, that's what he's just saying.
Right. Okay. So I'll do that. Window capture, right?
Okay.
Let me delete this other shit. Yes, delete it.
All right, so
Okay.
it's like on the it's
Can
northwest.
you see it? Can you see it?
Yeah.
All right, let me make it bigger. I want to see what's selling on the Streamyard. Okay, let me go back to Franklin Park.
Okay.
Yeah, Franklin Park. Yeah. So is this? Damn, that's not even the right picture. Okay, there you go. So you know all of this is Chicago. Can you see my mouse?
Yeah.
So you see all this big area where it's nothing?
Yeah.
That's Chicago.
Right.
Like that's like downtown.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? And then Franklin Park is an area on the outer edge.
Okay.
You see, that's that little red area that is Chicago. That's still inside Chicago, right?
Right.
Because you see the orange thing, right?
Yeah.
The whole black and white still map out like this orange thing. So this is Franklin Park in relationship to the entire city of Chicago.
Okay.
South Shore, like down here.
Right.
You get me? I can't tell exactly where it's at on the map, but I know how to get there.
Okay. It looks like it's north of Melrose Park.
I mean, you could overlay it on another city map or on a Google map, and boom, then you know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, it's directly south of O'Hare.
And O'Hare is not even in Chicago.
Yeah. It looks like it's off the 294.
Okay, but O'Hare is not even in Chicago.
Right.
Midway is in Chicago, but Midway is down south. It's on like 60-something, 50-something.
Right. Okay.
Like, I mean, like it'd be, like if you, can you see my mouse, Jesse?
Yeah.
So Midway will be down here. This is where Midway would be, where this cleared area is.
Okay.
That would be damn near Midway.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Cause Chicago come down, the bottom of Chicago is 130th Street. Ain't
Right.
really shit down here. And this is 0, Madison Avenue.
Okay.
You hear me? Whatever. That's 0.
Okay.
Chicago's like a grid, like all y'all cities over there.
Yeah.
You know how y'all have a grid? So
Yeah.
y'all know how to go east, west, north, and south?
Yeah.
You know, I live at 2500 North 26th Avenue. You get me?
Yeah.
So you know exactly how you get there.
Correct. So Randall Robinson says Rosemont is where O'Hare is.
Yeah, yep. Exactly. That's near the Rosemont Horizon and everything. The west side, that's near where the Bulls Stadium is and shit.
Okay.
You go up the middle and then you turn, that's the loop. And then the Bulls Stadium over there on the west side. It's a whole bunch of shit.
That
Dub
was
Stadium.
the Kinky Jenkins case. That's the sister that got caught in the freezer, right? They found in the freezer.
Yes, Kennica Jenkins.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you for that, Randall Robinson. I'm gonna go back to the video.
Hey Randall, you didn't leave America, did you? You know, I read all your books. No, I know that's not the real Randall Robinson. I mean, the author Randall Robinson.
Word, Major. Man is dead. The community is shaken up, and we're yet again left with more questions than answers. Put him up. See, that's called a human being, a man,
It's called a legal.
a person, a soul, flesh and blood. 38-year-old Severio Villegas Gonzalez was killed that day. Mr. Gonzalez was shot, killed September 12th after 2 ICE agents pulled him over, according to the Department of Homeland Security. The federal agency said Mr. Gonzalez dragged one of the officers a significant distance with his car after he resisted arrest and attempted to flee, injuring the agent who, quote, fearing for his own life, end quote, opened fire. This was a traffic stop turned fatal. Mr. Gonzalez, a single father of 2 children, was driving to work.
That's what
Really?
I heard, Randall.
After having dropped off his son.
Send some shit about that, bro.
Or 6
Hey,
years
mod
of
him up
age
real
and
quick
3.
so he can drop a link or something.
Dropped him
Damn.
off at.
Yeah. Yeah, let me do that. You want to come up here, Randall Robinson, to tell us how Kanika's family was involved in Kanika's death?
Right, or just mod him up real quick so he can drop the link to what's his source. You get me?
I don't know what channel he's on. It's streaming on 5 different platforms. Let's see.
I'll sort it out for you, Jesse. Host the show.
All right.
School and daycare on the morning of September 12th, according to relatives and friends. As Mr. Gonzalez was driving his car, a silver Subaru, a white unmarked, pulled in front of him, according to security video from a nearby nail salon, broadcast by local CBS Chicago. 2 ICE agents are seen getting out of the Jeep. 1 agent approached Mr. Gonzalez on the passenger side of his Subaru, and the other agent on the driver's side. I want you to think about the scene. You have a dutiful father, regardless of the context you would like to describe him in, being documented or undocumented. You have a father who is dutiful to his children, to his family, and to his responsibility as a provider. I thought that was the goal.
All right,
Drops
thanks,
off his
bro.
children. All of a sudden, 2 unmarked vehicles provide a maneuver. They engage in a maneuver that typically would warrant one to believe they are being robbed. He tries to flee, according to the report. However, no videos show the actual shooting. The ICE agent being dragged. No video shows the ICE agent being injured, making it difficult to corroborate DHS's account of what actually happened. The agents themselves were not wearing body cameras. A DHS official told NBC News, well, why are they not wearing body cameras? Because federal law allows them not to. That's why. As a matter of fact, that federal law is so absolute that if your local police, if they are involved in the federal task force, guess what? Even if it's law that your local police wear cameras, well, the federal law overrides your local law. And all of a sudden, your local police officers are no longer wearing the lawfully required body cameras. It's a workaround. It's a trick. They've done it in Atlanta many times. There's more. Speaking over radio, the federal
They've been doing it
agent
to
who
us.
told the
They
police
put our local
that Mr.
police
Gonzalez
on
tried to
federal
use his car
task
as a
force,
weapon.
and now they got
Said his partner has
immunity,
suffered
not
a left knee
qualified
injury
immunity,
and some
got
lacerations
full
to his
immunity.
hands. Quote, nothing major. The injured agent said, nothing major. His partner echoed. That's called a direct utterance. An excited utterance during the moment. Permissible. Get you away from the hearsay laws in the court of law. An excited utterance in the moment. Admissible in the court of law. Why? Because you don't have time to make up a story. That's why it's not categorized as hearsay, or at least is hearsay that's admissible. Yes.
Hey, Randall,
you didn't
drop
have
this
time
link to your
make
source or
up a
jump
lie
up on
in the midst
here.
of the moment. Excited utterance.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make him a mod.
And then the excited utterance is confirmed by the partner. Shortly after the shooting, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security reported the agent, quote, sustained multiple injuries and was, quote, seriously injured when he was, quote, dragged a significant distance by Mr. Gonzalez's car as he fled a traffic stop. These are narratives and not true.
Brando, you hear anything
DHS
about
official said the agent had opened fire
serial
field
guy down there in the South, in Texas and
Also in
Louisiana?
Chicago, an ICE operation left children zip-tied in a horrific apartment
No
building
children
raid.
were zip-tied.
Roughly 300 agents, according to News
You
Nation.
know, our sister lost her cousin to that,
37
right?
people were arrested.
Our sister
The
from
Department of
LA
Homeland
lost her
Security released a
cousin
statement
about that.
alleging that, quote, some of the targeted subjects are believed to be involved in drug trafficking and distribution, weapons crimes, and immigration violators.
Which one, Demetria K? Or
No,
Nicey
no, no,
Girl?
no. I'll tell you. I ain't gonna put it out here. You gotta check Twitter. I ain't gonna put it out here.
Okay. Okay, got you.
But Patricia Fisher, who lives in the building, told ABC 7 Chicago that ICE agents forced everyone out and only asked questions later. Fisher said she was handcuffed and questioned before being released at around 3 a.m. The officer, she noted, just treated us like we were nothing. And it was scary because I had never had a gun in my face, end quote. Another ABC 7 interviewee ducked upon hearing flashbangs detonate and was then distressed by the sight of children detained. Quote, they was bringing the kids down too, had them zip tied to each other, she said. Quote, that's all I kept asking. What is the morality? Where's the human? Meaning humanity. One of them literally laughed. He was standing right here. He said, F them kids. I feel pity for you. Yeah, I'm upset. Yeah, I think you're disgusting and immoral. But at the end of the day, I have pity for you. If them kids, see, what you don't know is that you live inside of a universe. And while it may seem that you all are getting away with something, or it may seem you can hide behind your mask and your commander and savior, Donald Trump, and your statute here and your statute there, none of us will ever be able to get away from the karma that can come when you decide to harm these little ones. And that is what you have decided to do. You don't need a job that bad where you have to sell your soul to get a paycheck. It's not worth it. And I would imagine if you feel like this about children today, you felt like this about children prior to getting that job. I would also imagine that they are hiring individuals who have this kind of mentality. Where's your whistleblowers? Where's the decent human being here and there? It can't be found. Well, there's a cultural shift. A witness of the same name told Chicago Sun-Times, it was heartbreaking to see kids coming out butt naked and taken from their mothers, end quote. Witness Daryl Ballard recalled seeing the agents use, quote, a big 15-inch chainsaw to cut down the fence. Quote, we're under siege, he said. Quote, we're being invaded by our own military. That's right.
Yeah, I seen that.
It looks like a military occupation than a law enforcement raid, right? And here's the irony. We're forced to pay for our own oppression. It's coming directly from taxpayer dollars. That money they sift from your hard-earned paycheck every week goes toward madness like that domestically. Now, they already make us pay for their wars abroad. Now they're making us pay for them domestically, too. Quote, I asked agents why
you're welcome, man.
They were holding me if I was an American citizen. They don't give a damn, American citizen or not. And they said I had to wait until they looked me up, Johnson told the Sun-Times. Quote, I asked if they had a warrant, and I asked for a lawyer. They never brought one. The governor, J.B. Pritzker, had issued a response to the recent raids. Here it is.
Oh my God! Who got that black?
The governor have them arrested. You have the authority. It's called concurrent jurisdiction. Have them arrested for breaking the law. That's what they would do to your law enforcement if your law enforcement actually followed the law and somehow following the law got in the way of them not following the law. They would simply arrest your local law enforcement. Jamie, thoughts here?
Well, speaking, he said, it's not policy to just arrest usual suspects, arrest people because they're black and brown. But unfortunately, under this Supreme Court, that is enough for ICE. ICE can detain people on suspicion just because they look vaguely Hispanic. You know,
And
I
you
don't even
can't
know why
speak
they bother
English.
coming up with these fantastical stories. Why do they even bother lying about the extent of the officer's
How the fuck are you
injuries? Because
American and you can't speak English?
they have
That's
absolutely
probable
no
cause.
checks and balances on them.
If
The
I'm
Trump
an ICE
administration
agent,
has emboldened this Gestapo. I mean, they wearing masks, unmarked vehicles, no badges, no camera, detaining and deporting anyone they feel like, regardless of citizenship status. I mean, the extrajudicial killings now. This is what fascism is. You know, when people throw up a red flag because we throw around that term, perhaps there are some people on the left who throw around that term a little not carefully, but this is directly fascism. This is state-sponsored violence. And you can say what you want about local law enforcement, and that we have said quite a good night with your police. At least they're required to. There is internal affairs that investigates their actions. They do require to wear body cam. I mean, they've actively declared war on the American people, unfortunately. I mean, we need common sense immigration reform, but this could not be further from that.
Jess, can you pause it for
That's
a
right.
second, please?
And
Let me show you common sense, right?
All right, go ahead.
This is my bag, right? Common sense say, if you're gonna carry your glasses, you know, maybe carry some smokes or whatever. You know, carry a piece or whatever. Right?
Mm-hmm.
If you carry a piece, carry a tourniquet, right? Because somebody might need to be healed, right?
Right.
But you carry your masks too.
Right.
You carry your mask too, because you never know who might breathe on you.
Yep.
Like, what is he talking about?
I know.
Like, it's like this is two people look like they never been in a fight.
Yep.
Like, what? I don't even want to have no black glasses on because I look like one of these fools.
Right.
Let me put I ain't gonna put my hat on the internet so everybody know what hat I be wearing, but y'all know what shirts I be wearing.
Right. What is this link? The TikTok link. I mean, not the X link.
Okay. Oh no, I was just showing you up. All right, let me show you. All right, one was the Chicago helicopter view, and then the other is an ICE agent arresting somebody. You know, just outside on Pulaski and Lawrence, and no black people give a fuck. Is that Lady Che laughing in the background?
The building that they... No, it's just me.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard
a
whatever. You know. Yeah, but nobody cares, bro. You know what I mean? Look, AI. No, that's not. But is it? I can't tell. Because they cutting too much. What you think? Have you seen Six Fingers in the video? Nah, ain't nobody gonna be able to film that close. Oh, in the ice rain, ain't nobody filming that close. What you think, Jay?
What? Ain't nobody filming what?
That close while they filming and putting them in the van and all of that shit.
Nah.
Like, how you gonna be right behind them while they? I think these all right.
that
So
don't
the
make no
video
sense.
was propaganda.
And they arrested. Yeah.
Purchase bulk cell phone. Man, bullshit. I think this is all bullshit. All of it is bullshit.
That's them arresting illegal right there.
So they say. You get what I'm saying? I'm not
Yeah.
even sure if that's a real damn video because AI has got so crazy right now.
Oh, you changed their name. It's no longer Zactavius, it's Coctavius now. Interesting. You said Charlie Kirk is coming back on 3i Atlas, AI Atlas to beat this brother up. Oh my God. B1.
Man, y'all done got crazy now. That's what's up.
Yeah, they definitely look like they've been put in a couple of lockers when they were younger. Let's see what else.
They said, how come the Proud Boys ain't out there no more? Oh, they all got a job at ICE.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh shit. That's fucked up for you immigrants. They still can't fuck with us.
They still can't.
They couldn't fuck with us when they was the Proud Boys.
Right. All right, so I got some videos to play. Legal immigrant's wife humiliated by ICE agent during arrest. So TD Media Group gonna give us an update on that.
Okay.
I think this was in Chicago too.
Now I fuck with TD, but you know how he is.
Yeah, he's on the dumpster train.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like, censorship, and shadow banning. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today, this video is going to be
Hey, close your old windows you ain't using.
Of yesterday's video that I released that was titled, and give me a moment while I read it, 10 dangerous illegal immigrants arrested by ICE in Sanctuary, California. Right now, as many of you remember, in the top of that video, at the beginning of that video, I played this clip here of a F around and find out moment where you had this woman who was speaking all these nonsensical DNC by ICE, as opposed to
pause
just
this video real quick.
Lying and
Pause
doing
it
things
real
the
quick.
easy. What I didn't know is that there was more to this video. So I just wanted to take a moment today to let's get through this first half of the video that I spoke on already, but then the second half is what's so amazing, because the wife gets into an exchange with the ICE agent, and all I can say is that the ICE agent's response to any and everything that she had to say was
He's not going to step out until I see a warrant.
Break that window on that side.
No, because I need to see a signed warrant.
Ma'am, there is no.
They have no signed warrant against him because my husband's recording.
That's fine. That's fine. He can absolutely do that, man. You have every right to
A signed warrant. I need to see it. Okay, but let me see that warrant that you have for him. Let me see the warrant you have for him. Mom, right now, ICE has a stop. They're saying that his arrest.
Ma'am, that's what's going to have to happen. Either you let us.
I'm just asking to see the paper that you guys have for him. You
don't want to identify this thing.
don't break the window.
You don't need a warrant.
You guys do
Bitch,
not
you
have
already
that
told
signed
him.
warrant by
You
the
already told
judge.
them
You
that he's
cannot
in
take
there.
him. You
If
said
they
you
have a
have a
warrant
list,
for
correct?
him, they can
I'm
go
more
in the
than willing
house.
to become.
Once they know he's in the house. Unless goddamn immigrants.
What are you guys taking him for, though?
They're taking him because he has a
No.
warrant.
Oh my God. Up there in the front. Just pull that handle quiet.
No, sir.
Don't
Sir,
touch me. No,
okay, then you don't touch me because you're fucking assaulting me.
Okay, no,
don't touch me because you're assaulting me.
I almost made it to the end. It's like 30 seconds left. I couldn't help it. I really obstruction of justice. Shut up. God. Close your mouth. Nails on a chalkboard. Shut up, man.
You guys did not show me not one single warrant.
I didn't seatbelt.
Okay, listen to him. He's not for sure. Are gonna
Police never have to show you the warrant. They don't have to show you the warrant while they're serving it, just like they don't have to tell you what they're charging you with when they're pulling you over.
Can he take his phone?
And if I don't have anything proof, take him. And if I don't have anything proof. Anyways, so let's get into it, man. And I'm gonna play this second half of this video clip cap. Watching this 2 minutes in like 33 seconds of video, these ICE agents were very patient with her, talk and have a conversation with her. All they had to do was comply. That's it. That's it. He said, you can record, that's fine, but I'm gonna need your husband to step out the car. You can step out too. And you know, we can talk about this, but the arrest is happening. They were very patient, kept elevating this to the point to where they had to bust the windows, cut the seat belt. Now you're the federal government. All this damage for no reason, just for your husband to still get taken away. You're calling your mom on the phone. I don't know what you thought your mom was going to do in that moment. That was just really dumb. And you're in this situation because talking all this nonsense like a normal person who isn't filled with ignorance. They would have explained to you that we don't need one, and here's why. But instead, they had to bust your window and destroy your vehicle to explain to you after the fact. None of this was necessary. None of it, but you refused to buy. So, and your dump are completely destroyed, and you're gonna have to cover the cost of that, and your husband still got taken away. But now let's get into what I really wanted to show you. It's the second half of this video that I really wish that I played in the first video, but we're gonna watch it now. Oh man, she's gonna get into ICE agent, and he's just going to shut her down. It is beautiful. F around and find out.
Okay, where are you guys taking him then? Where is he gonna be held? Where is he gonna? No. Where is he gonna be held? I want to know right now where you guys are gonna take him.
It doesn't matter what you want.
Oh, it doesn't matter what I want.
Thank you. It doesn't matter what you want. It's over. We're not talking anymore. There's no need to converse ignorance. Doesn't matter what you do anymore before you get arrested for obstruction of justice. I love that response. Beautiful. Let's keep going.
It doesn't matter. So it's not to know where my husband is going.
And again, I will explain it to you.
I had conversation.
He asked you to let him out of the vehicle.
I wasn't letting him out because you guys don't have a warrant signed by a judge. You guys need to have a warrant signed by a judge.
We do not.
No, especially if he was listing, especially if he was listing names. That officer there was listing for a certain people, right?
Correct.
He asked me for certain people names, so I do not know those people. And then, so if he's listing these names off, why is my husband getting detained?
Let me ask you something. Is your husband in this country legally? So you don't want to answer. We know the answer to that.
You know the answer.
So you don't want to put all the facts in there. If you put all the facts in there,
let's rewind it back one little bit. She's so dumb.
Right. Stupid. Bitch.
Let me ask you something. Is your husband in this country legally? So you don't
know the answer.
So you don't want to put all the facts in there. If you put all the facts in there,
my husband has a case going on.
Okay, does that make him legal?
It's in a process.
Okay, does that make him legal?
It's in a process.
Is it approved? Does he have legal, lawful status to remain in the United States? You don't want to answer that, do you? See, let's talk the facts. If you want to talk the facts, we'll talk the facts and tell you what happened. But you just want to scream and holler without talking about the facts.
Okay.
He does not have lawful status. We identified him as such. We then at that point don't need a judge's warrant because you see social media and you see all these people saying they have to have a warrant, That's not the law. If you want
to have a warrant, you have to. That is probably one of the most annoying things to listen to whenever you watch videos like this. Is hearing these guys scream, "Where is your warrant? Where is your warrant?" Where you don't even know the law. You're just listening to nonsense coming out of Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom's mouth, Brandon Johnson in Chicago, JB, Governor Fred Flintstone, Pritzker in Illinois, and all these people say nonsense to you that they know isn't true. And it gets you jammed up and puts you in a really bad situation where you could have been and should have been arrested for obstruction of justice. As far as I'm concerned, your car got destroyed, and now your video, the stuff is being passed around social media, and you're being clowned. Why? Not because I'm mean or people are mean. You're ignorant and disrespectful.
Right.
You're ignorant and disrespectful, and you showed that here. These guys were willing to talk to you. You're the one who didn't want to talk. You're the one who chose to act belligerent. Because like you said, you're getting on social media and you're taking legal advice from, we don't need to have one. Anyways, it's almost finished. Let's let this carry on. I'm going to wind it back just a little bit. Man, this ICE officer right here was just, you shut her down.
A lot of services.
Okay, does that make it legal?
It's in a process.
So that, do you? See, let's talk the facts. If you want to talk the facts, we'll talk the facts and tell you what happened. But you just want to scream and holler without talking about the facts.
Okay.
He does not have lawful status. We then at that point don't need a judge's warrant because you see social media and you see all these people saying they have to have a warrant, That's not the law. If you want to learn the law, but don't scream stuff if you don't know the answer. The fact is he's not here lawfully. We identified him positively as the individual we know him to be. That is enough for us to take him into custody.
Okay.
That's the fact. He will call you. I don't know because we don't know. We have places all over the city. He will give you a call when we get out of here. As soon as we get out of here, we'll stage him. We'll get him to transports. They'll take him. After that, I don't know how long they're getting.
So can I follow you guys to go with him? What did he do? These are my keys.
It's a warrantless arrest. Have a look at it.
Like I said, man, I'm sure I said it in this video, like I said in the previous video, this is all so unnecessary.
Right.
This was unnecessary. This didn't need to happen. But as he stated, because you're getting legal advice from Twitter, You're getting legal advice from DNC lunatics like Karen Bass that get on these shows like CNN and other podcasts and lie to you about Latinos being hunted by masked men that are kidnapping, disappearing people. Now you're just out here looking crazy for no reason. And you didn't have to be.
Right.
Look, is very consistent with other videos that I reviewed when illegal immigrants don't resist arrest. Everything's calm, cool, and collected. They'll let you know why they're arresting you, and the illegal immigrant that we're taking into custody, when he gets to the ICE facility that we're taking him to, and he's done being fully processed, he will be able to call you and reach out to you and other family members once that portion is finished. Because like he stated, we don't know which was to get him into custody. Once we get him into the proper facility where he needs to go, we'll process him, and then you'll be contacted. So this also shows and highlights as well when people are saying, we don't know where he went, we don't know where he went, we don't know what's going on, we don't know where he went. You're seeing how this actually, once someone has immediately been arrested, that's because ICE doesn't even know where they're going to take him just yet, right? They don't know where he's going to finally end up amongst all the ICE facilities. But not to beat a dead horse and be a broken record, so I'll say this one last time, and I'm going to end this video. Once he's processed and settled, he'll call you. And that's important to highlight because there is no disappearing.
Right.
No one gets disappeared or kidnapped. If that was the case, then there would be a multitude of lawsuits, right? Absolutely no idea where their illegal immigrant family members or friends are. And they've been trying to contact them and find out for months or weeks. You haven't heard of any stories like that. I've not heard of one story of an illegal alien who was arrested, taken into custody, and it's been weeks, if not months, and the family just doesn't know where he is. That's how you know all this stuff is BS. So we'll end it there. That's enough. I don't want this video to be too long, but you got to stop taking your legal advice from Karen. Stop doing that.
And do the same for Front Line Blacc News. All right, crew, what's your thoughts on this illegal immigrant's wife acting a complete fool?
I agree with the last thing you said. Don't take your news from the Front Line Blacc News. You know what I mean? Hey, them old niggas. Anyway, no, I agree with what he said. Man, them people was just doing their job. Bro, Jesse, wouldn't me and you do him the same way?
Yep.
We'd do white people the same way.
Yep.
You get me? I'm just doing my job. Hey, calm down, homeboy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Jesse, you get his legs, I get his arms. All right, you know, we did this before, so you get me? And we'll say that aloud, but really, I'm getting his arms and you getting his legs. Like, just to confuse him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like rounding up cattle or some shit.
Right.
These meth heads, these goofballs.
Right.
But yeah, nah, we always on point, bro. Like, man, TD was on point with this one because you know I follow TD.
Yeah.
But I don't really quote follow TD because he got his New York hat on in this one. Yeah. But usually he's got his MAGA hat on.
Yeah.
You know, I want him to wear a Make America Pay Reparations hat.
Right.
And you know, TD is, I ain't gonna call him a tether, but you know, he's not of the lineage.
Yeah, he's Haitian.
Yeah. And I was watching a video earlier where this American girl, this Black American girl, see, I said American first, but this, because we're the most American out of anybody.
Right.
But she had a Haitian friend, and he said, "Oh, well, I don't care about my culture. I don't care about y'all culture neither. I'm just here." And it's like, that's so disrespectful. That's what the girl was telling her. It was like a
Yeah.
whole 9-minute video. Like, man.
Yeah, these tellers are something else.
It's like me coming out there. Where you at?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, I'm going to bring my Chicago out here. Man, I don't care y'all had to deal with the Klan out here. I had to deal with the Klan out there. Even though, it was Klan out there in Chicago. And in Indiana and everything.
Yep.
But that's like me saying, man, fuck that shit. Because I'm over there in Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you ain't going to respect that shit.
Nope.
And then you be like, man, well, Ray, I had to do this shit in with less oxygen and way up in the sky type shit.
Yeah, mile high above sea level. Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, well, my wind was blowing me down type shit from Chicago.
Yeah.
And then I told you how North Dakota laughed at me about Chicago wind.
Oh, yeah.
Like when I first moved up there, I was like, I'm from Chicago. I think I can stand it. Walking through downtown between the buildings and shit.
Yeah.
Everybody in North Dakota laughed at me. That first week of the, oh man. Oh yeah, I need to put on an extra sweater and an extra pair of socks.
That sucks, yep. Yep, they used to have Klan meetings 10 miles outside of Canton, Ohio, in Louisville. Mm-hmm.
Man, I was training a guy from that time. You get me?
Yeah.
I was in Fargo training a guy. He's older than me. Like I'm like 39, 38 back then.
That's me now.
So I'm training a guy that's like 65, 70 years old. Cause he's taking the same job as me, but like as a, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like you work at Walmart or some shit like that.
Yeah.
But the old guy get the job.
Yeah.
So I'm driving him around and he hear a little Tyreek here, you know what I mean? I think that's why they fired me. I was playing this with all the white boys. I'm playing Tyreek, Jesse, and Professor Truth and shit.
Yeah.
Even Umar, I was playing Umar back then. Shit, that was like 8 years ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude was telling me, the Klan, we had the headquarters in Colorado, but we were a Christian business club.
Yeah, they did have
like the Rotary Club.
Yeah.
They was trying to act like they're the business club or some shit. The homeowners association or some shit.
Yeah.
Oh man, you don't. Hell, no, but we didn't not like black people like that, dude. All right. I'm gonna train you on. Fine, that's cool. You ain't on that shit no more, is you? Oh no, we left all that behind. Fine, I'll take you at your word because that's how we do, right?
Yep.
I'm gonna take you just at your word. So he hasn't done nothing to me, and he's then told me when his son is in town and everything. I'm like, yeah, tell me about the meetings though.
Yeah.
You get me?
Yep.
Like, tell me about the meetings. Tell me about the meetings that you're not allowed to no more. Or, you know what I mean? Where they're having them or when.
Right. Since you're changed.
Right. And you're a Christian, a real Christian, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Crazy. All right, so they've been protesting behind these ICE raids in both Chicago and Portland. So the next video is about that. Come on, computer. Sorry, y'all, my computer's being real sluggish. All right.
You say yours is, I lost the whole monitor. Wow.
No, should have started this damn game before I went live.
But I think this works better, Jesse. Because you know I got that wide-ass monitor. I can have the OBS on one side of the monitor and have a regular size monitor on.
Yeah. What the hell? The internet or the video?
Might be Antifa out there. No, because the stream going in. Yeah, the stream is still going. Refresh the page and play it at play it at a lower resolution.
Yeah, let me try that.
You hear me? Go to the settings and put it at a lower resolution. Because all you need is the audio, right? I mean, you could use the video, right? But yeah. Because your stream is going straight. It's just loading up that book. I mean, loading up what you're loading.
Right. I know it's having such a hard time loading up. We'll try another one.
Yeah, put that shit at like 480. Well, 3. Because everybody might be flooding your internet right now.
Anti-ICE protesters bringing violence to America's streets. But Democrats are refusing to help. It is broken out in Portland, Oregon, and in Chicago. The split screen you see here, the absolute violent assaults and riots happening as the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, saying, I want to be clear, there is no need for military troops on the ground in the state of Illinois. Go out to Portland, Oregon, the same exact thing you're seeing there, the same violence in the streets, more than 100 days of violent assaults on the ICE facility in Portland, as the attorney general there in Portland says that Portland is not the president's war-torn fantasy. Our city is not ravaged, and there's no rebellion. Joining us now, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. Madam Secretary, we just showed our viewers exactly the reality of what's playing out, and then the rhetoric of the Democratic
She used to be the South Dakota governor.
It seems to tell two different stories.
Yes, and of Illinois, and that attorney general should go down and spend some time with our ICE officers and with our Border Patrol officers and encounter the protesters that they do, because these individuals are shouting hateful things at them, threatening their families, putting their hands on them, and acts of violence on a regular basis. So they're just sitting far away in safe facilities, some of them with protective detail, which is a very different situation than trying to
You hear her accent?
clean up the
That's
streets
a North
and help protect the
Dakota
families and
accent.
the victims of these criminals that have been roaming.
During the break, you
South
told us
Dakota
that there
accent.
are actually some individual agents who have been identified and have bounties placed on their heads. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we had a really strange incident yesterday where we had a caravan of 10 different vehicles that were following our Border Patrol agents and officers that were out there on the streets of Chicago. And they had followed them and gotten them cornered, pinned them down. And then our agents, when getting out of their cars, they tried to run them over and had semi-automatic handguns on them, to where our agents had to protect themselves, and shots were fired, and individual ended up in the hospital that was attacking these officers. Very dangerous situation. And then in that situation as well, this individual had threatened them previously and had told them that they all needed to go down, and shouted they're getting more and more people on their team as far as attacking officers, and they're making plans to ambush them and to kill them. We have specific officers and agents that have bounties that have been put out on their heads. It's been $2,000 to kidnap them, $10,000 to kill them. They've released their situation, and unprecedented. So we've put protective detail around those individuals, changed some of our operations to keep our officers safe, but make no mistake, this isn't just about, protesting free speech or that they don't like that people out here are upholding the law. Kill these people and we'll give you this much money to do it.
Well, and Secretary, I want to stay on the bounties. Who is issuing the bounties? I know that you guys are looking into groups like Antifa. Is it linked to that, or who is issuing these bounties? What do we know right now?
And these threats are out there. So I'm not going to give you specific officers, although they have been targeted towards specific officers and released their phone numbers or released their pictures. But it is gangs, it is cartel members, and known terrorist organizations. So foreign terrorist organizations as deemed by the president, but also ones that we have known for many, many years. And they are making sure that they know which officers are out there and being extremely effective, and they want to take them down because they want to try to stop the operations that are going that are keeping them from making money off their criminal networks.
Do you have any evidence that those same cartels are actually helping fund some of the protests themselves in terms of turning people out?
Well, we've been spending a lot of time working as a whole of government approach. And so talked to Scott Bessent about this last night, and he's really helping us dig into the funding of these operations, where they're getting their money. When you're down there with these protesters and you're looking at them and interacting with them. I was in Chicago just 2 days ago watching these protesters and our officers engage with them. All the protesters are wearing the same gas masks. They look like they came from the same company. To be that organized and have the same equipment to push back on law and order, know that somebody is funding them and organizing them and that they're being paid. What would all these individuals be doing, and how are they affording their groceries, their rent, their homes when they're down on the street protesting at 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning and spending all day there just screaming horrible things at law enforcement, putting their hands on them and violating our laws.
Well, and what's for the life of me, I can't understand, Madam Secretary, and it was just weeks ago here on this couch, I asked you how concerned you were that we've had bullets fired into the Dallas facility there, claiming the lives of 2 illegal aliens that were in custody, with your agents running into the fire to try and protect those detainees. And just 2 days after that incident on the streets of Chicago, there in Broadview, where all of this is happening. For me, I cannot understand why Democrat politicians in local, you essentially a liar when you make the case that your ICE agents are being attacked. Here's a little bit of what he had to say. I want to get your response.
She has no idea what she's talking about. The Trump administration, they are at a particular moment, are not just unconstitutional measures, but they're dangerous and reckless, and it's antithetical to who we are as a nation.
Madam Secretary, your reaction to that?
Well, let's remember that mayor has a less than 6% approval rating. Think he might be doing somewhat of a good job. Overwhelmingly, that victims of the crimes that have happened in his city. So we're going to keep doing our work every day when we're there doing our operations. When I'm there with them, people on the streets are clapping as we do our work. They're clapping as during the short period of time I was there, 6 of them had criminal records in their backgrounds that the state had arrested them and just turned them loose on the street again for assault, for weapons possession, for robbery. A mayor who's delusional at best.
So do you tie a direct line between the rhetoric from people like Mayor Johnson and other Democrats to the actual increase in assaults and the threat of violence?
Oh, absolutely. He's giving them air cover. He's giving them air cover so they can go out and keep committing crimes. It's wrong. There should be consequences for that, and for leaders that stand up and knowingly lie about the situation on the ground. This is a war zone. His city is a war zone, and he's lying so that criminals can go in there and destroy people. Up to it, they understand that where we have gone, we've made it much more free. People are much safer. We've got 1,000 criminals that are off the streets of Chicago just because we've been there, not because of his help. And in fact, they don't even let our ICE officers and our Border Patrol officers use restrooms in facilities. Those men and women were telling us that they have to figure out even where they can go sit down for 5 minutes to have lunch or to use a restroom throughout their shift and their break. So they've made it a very difficult situation. But what I was so encouraged by was these officers love their jobs. They love their jobs. They're so excited that they get to go out there and serve our country. And they see normal, everyday people going to work who thank them. And I don't know if you saw those videos of those folks down there chanting USA
Indeed.
and holding signs, encouraging ICE. If more Americans would do that, if you would
How are
go
they
down
holding
there
up?
and show them when you have some spare time, it really is encouraging to our officers.
How are they holding up, Secretary? I mean, it's got to be hard to be called.
They're doing good.
Yeah.
Long, you kind of lose perspective on encourage. Many of these individuals that are on these swift response team to go to LA just 24 hours before they had to pack and get there to help bring some law and order to Los Angeles. So they went from LA then to Chicago. So they've been gone for months, living in different hotels or situations there to bring safety and security. And they don't know necessarily when they'll go home to their families, but they said, we are all in for this because we know our families don't have a chance unless President Trump cleans up our streets, schools, and our communities. So they understand and they're true believers in this country and what it can be. And they don't want to see it get as dangerous in so many cities like it did in 2020 across the country when it was out of control. And we had the kind of violence that came from some of these same organizations.
This morning and breaking all that down, and you and your agents are in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That means the world. Thank you very much.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews.
No. All right. So that was from Christy Noam. What she had to say about it. Now let's see about these ICE protesters in both Portland and Chicago. Hopefully this video plays now.
All right, welcome back into Live Now. We have to make you of some protest activity taking place in Chicago. Not a lot of context right here. We do know that anti-ICE demonstrations have been taking place. While we were in a commercial break, we saw at least one woman pouring, certainly indicative of some sort of tear gas being deployed at some point throughout the afternoon. This is a live feed we're working with right here. I'm going to pull up your impression of ICE. We don't know what's going to be said. I always listen in to see what went around. Let's
Are still some federal agents here.
Start recording.
Sorry, guys, let me get in here and get the big camera.
So we're seeing some of the protesters. As the Trump administration, it was just announced earlier today, plans to federalize 300 members of the Illinois National Guard. Governor J.B. Pritzker said that earlier today. Pritzker said that the Guard received word from the Pentagon in the morning that the troops would be called up. He did not specify when or where they would be deployed, but President Trump has long threatened to send troops to Chicago. Governor's office did not respond to the AP immediately for extra detail or comment. So just wanted to make you aware that we are aware of the ongoing protest activity in Chicago. We're going to continue on with our planned coverage for the afternoon. If we see things picking up in the area, we will go back to it. But for now, we've got many more headlines to touch on. A live look at Capitol Hill on this Saturday afternoon. We do have to head back overseas for a moment here. I want to talk about Europe. I want to talk about Russia, Illinois, and Washington, D.C. It now appears that we're seeing some of this activity and some people wiping their eyes in Portland, Oregon. Your reaction?
I think this, and I may be wrong, but I think this is the ICE facility in South Portland that was the scene of a number of other protests. You know, actually, a lot of the protest activity there, despite all the political rhetoric on it, hadn't been that intense, although it would pick up in the evenings. But during the day, it was not uncommon. If you went by that facility, you might see a handful of people out there protesting, although some of them show up and they have Antifa signs. And of course, Antifa has been designated by the president as a domestic terrorist organization. So that changes how people, but here is they're dispersing the crowd. And it could be a variety of techniques. Sometimes they'll just throw out tear gas right away. Another technique is you'll throw out smoke. And in many cases, people, and it's very pleasant to do, throw out smoke. It's not tear gas, and they start walking into it, and you toss out the tear gas, and you tend to have a greater effect on the unruly mob, if you will. And I'm not saying they're doing that, but I am seeing it looks like an idea of gas, maybe a combination that they're using. In some areas, I'm seeing where they're wearing gas masks, and in other areas, they weren't wearing gas masks, which means they may have just been using smoke to help disperse the crowd. But we see when you see colored smoke like that, that's probably not a tear gas smoke. That's just something that's done to get the crowd to move back. I will say though, if you ever get caught in that type of smoke in a closed space, it can have a definite effect on you. That's pretty toxic, toxic smoke, and it's an open area where you can get to air, you'll be okay. But if you're in a closed space, it can be can really do it.
I always like to remind the public when we watch scenes like this, because you and I have sat on air and watched protests of this nature deployed in some cases. Just because something is less than lethal doesn't mean it's not dangerous and it can't hurt. Correct, Hal?
Absolutely. The less than lethal rubber bullets, people have been killed with those. If it's it's things where people lose eyes or something else like that. So less than lethal doesn't mean completely non-lethal. In fact, the term non-lethal, and they would say less lethal or less than lethal, and even less than lethal. Not everything there is completely non-lethal, and of course, depending on one's physiology or whatever, if you put tear gas out there, it'll effect on some people than have on others. With any of the weapons that are used, whether it's lethal or non-lethal, there always is a certain amount of risk as to what can happen. And so they're trying to disperse the crowd right now. A lot of what you're seeing here in Portland, and certainly what you're seeing in Chicago, is tied to the National Guard deployments. I think this weekend is when the National Guard units that are supposed to be deploying into Portland. So the reason you might see these crowds right now today is because they're expecting the National Guard presence to suddenly show up at places like the ICE facility in South Portland and maybe other facilities as well. And then, of course, there's a report out that within, I don't know, maybe right now, currently, that President Trump is federalizing National Guard troops in Illinois that would be deployed into supposedly being deployed into Chicago. And so with both locations, you would see an impetus for a higher number of protesters in each, because.
So I'm just going to ask our producers here, what is Edge 2? You guys, I believe, did we say that is Chicago? So we're looking at Chicago right now. You bring up Chicago. This is advantage of Chicago, where we're seeing the. For a moment, I want to listen in. So Hal, we're hearing these, and as is typical, this is a passionate group. You can hear the passion in their voices. Again, this is a raw feed that we're working with live in real time. The camera will be moving around. It'll be bouncing around. It'll be shaking around a lot. Appears to be somebody who with some sort of gas. So Hal, I heard you, but there was some out of Illinois today. Continue on with what we're hearing, and if you can, lend some context to what we're seeing here. Obviously, these are people that may have been exposed to some sort of tear gas.
That's tear gas, absolutely. Tear gas, or CS is sometimes called. But that's clearly tear gas. When they're doing stuff where they're putting infection in a number of different ways, but it's an irritant. And it'll irritate your eyes, which are very, so of course, get your throat long if you inhale it. So you have some people out here running around with gas masks, but they don't have the visual seal on the gas mask. So what they're doing is they're catching it in their eyes, and so they're pouring water, and that's about all you can do is pour water to try and get that out. But the other thing too is to magnify the amount of tear gas. They'll sometimes throw smoke grenades, and then throw tear gas in there, so it kind of dilutes it in a certain effect. Whereas people will get hit with tear gas, and those, of course, close to the tear gas canisters will get hit more. But they'll see a larger, it'll cause people to move in the cloud, which is the whole concept of Bursacrump. And I think that's probably a attack that they're, although they're running around, getting water in their eyes and running fast. When I saw people running away, it was very clear that with tear gas, and they moved out of there very quickly, as did the media. One thing I will say is not all media, but media that have been around, traditional media, they cover this stuff all the time, and they have a pretty much a honed sense of when it's time to move out of an area that's going to get a very unpleasant. So when you see the media, when you see photographers that have been around for a long time moving quickly, the best thing to do is, if you're not sure, is just follow, because they know how these things tend to, they know how the operational tempo, if you will, of these things and how they tend to roll out.
I don't want to cut you off here, but let's listen in. It looks like they're talking to an eyewitness here.
Ice Myrtle is shooting people on our streets. I guess the good news is she lives. But what we've seen for the last several hours is basically these ICE agents terrorizing the neighborhood, throwing tear gas, kind of grabbing people and people to the ground. Arrived on scene, and it's supposed to be a sanctuary city, but the CPD is collaborating with ICE.
When you say collaborating, what do you mean? Like, what are some of the things you've seen?
We saw them that they were, even though this CPD, we watched them get tear gassed to protect ICE. Like, to me, if I saw someone in the city, the cops should and investigate the citizens, but they instead stood behind the barricades with ICE, allowed them to drive their cars around, allowed them to tear gas the crowd, to brutally grab people up. Basically, when people in the neighborhood, people from around the city came out and were like, why are you shooting people? Why are you harassing people? CPD took the side of ICE. It's just completely unacceptable to me. It's like in demanding justice.
One perspective, one voice from this group of protesters in Chicago. These are live cameras here, and then again, we'll reiterate to the people that are watching at home that we don't know what these people are going to say in real time. We're watching along with you. We want the context, and we want to make sure if you're watching this around here, just like these video journalists are. Looks like in Chicago, possibly. Looks like they're doing the same. Let's bounce back to Portland, Oregon, real quick here, where it looks like they're also adjusting their shot. But again, we see a similar scene in both cities. Again, courtesy of KPTV, they're the ones that are filming this thing in Portland. Hal, when we talk about Portland, Chicago, President Trump has mentioned the idea of using troops in cities, the word training grounds in recent weeks. Can you elaborate on what he meant by those remarks? Do we have clarity?
There really isn't clarity what he meant, and I can tell you in military circles a lot of concern of that. How do you mean skills be somewhat useful, and certainly that's civil unrest is not something we encounter overseas in war zones. We encountered civil unrest and certainly in Iraq, and we've seen it in other places. Talked about increasing lethality, and then talked about using our cities as war grounds. Well, a lot of people heard those things together, and they go, "Wait a minute, you're talking about?" I think what we're seeing though is President Trump is not reticent to use the military to go into cities to protect property, to protect federal personnel, in this case, protecting ICE agents, to protect both their static locations like the ICE facility in South Portland, but also to provide protection in the field. Interestingly, I heard a protester talking about that Chicago PD showed up and they were on the side of ICE or standing by ICE. They were by ICE for backup. They were probably said, "Look, we're confronting protesters, violent. We need assistance." And it has been, Governor Pritzker and sort of city level, the mayor has also said that they will, to help with the anti-immigration mission per se. They don't want to be caught in a situation where they are obstructing that mission. They just need to be very careful. And it's been brought up many times. In fact, the LAPD chief out here was asked by the city council when we had federalized National Guard troops here. They said, "Well, can you give us a heads up when ICE is going out to do an enforcement mission or something like that?" And he said, "No, I can't. That's called obstruction of crime." Well, it's as much a crime in Chicago as it is in Los Angeles. And they're trying to avoid doing things which would be obstructing federal law enforcement or obstructing the deployment of federal troops to federal facilities that could legal basis if the president was ever to the Direction Act. And if you did have a city or state simply refusing to comply with federal laws, to comply with federal law enforcement, to comply with federal authority, in the way of federal military doing a authorized legal federal mission, then you would give the legal justification president to base the Insurrection Act. Once the Insurrection Act is invoked, then federal troops or federalized troops can actually go out there and do law enforcement type of missions. It will circumvent some of the restrictions on the Posse Combat Act of 1867. So it would change things. And so there, as you can see, there is a fine line. So when he was saying that, it's like, yeah, well, if they had actually lined up next to citizens against ICE, then you would have had a very difficult political and legal situation. So they did the right thing.
All right, crew, what's your thoughts on the protests that's going on in Portland and Chicago? Crew? Oh, you agree? Okay. All right, well, we'll keep y'all updated on these protests that's happening. I'm sure there's more to come. Okay. Especially if Trump enforces the Insurrection Act that they was just talking about. So yeah, as you can see, it was mainly white people out there in both Chicago and Illinois. I mean, in both Chicago and Portland. So that's a good sign. Black people stay the hell home. This ain't got shit to do with you. Especially if you're not an immigrant. Shit ain't got nothing to do with you. All right, cool. I'm gonna move to the next video. Okay, you logged in on another account. Okay, gotcha. All right, go ahead, crew.
Oh, damn. Hold on. Let me stop the YouTube.
Okay.
All right, yeah. Now, I'm going to say what the white dude said is absolutely correct. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So what the white dude said is absolutely correct. Trump is trying for this shit, right? So the Democrats need not get in his way. They just got to not help him. You hear me?
Yeah.
So it's just like we're dealing with the police or whatever, right?
Right.
You can invoke the right to silence, right?
Right.
But don't lie to them.
Yeah.
You know, you can do whatever the hell you want to. You're not required to help them with their investigation.
Right.
But yet you also cannot hinder it by sending them off for lying. And you get me? You just gotta just be quiet and let them do their investigation. So that's what they say this my city is trying to do. But I don't believe it. I think they're trying to hinder him, but they're trying to find a way, the right best way to hinder the federal government, which is the correct thing to do. You know what I mean? If you're not trying to get locked up, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, they own one. The Democrats are on one.
Oh yeah, big time.
You know, because like you played this shit earlier, Obama was even more strict than Trump.
Yeah, he was.
When it comes to immigration, he deported more people than Trump.
Yeah,
even if you go year per year, Trump ain't never gonna catch up to Obama with the deportations.
Nope.
You know, but they mad at Trump, but Obama deported everybody else.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'll catch you when I get back upstairs. I'm making me some breakfast.
Okay. All right, that's cool. I'll move to the next video, and that's stopping the black on black focus, where the media should be looking. So Uncle Phil gonna give us an update on
that. I thank all the people who constantly support us every month on the app. You are greatly a very, very special people. There's no other unless it's just horrific, right? And horrific, like the school shooting church shooting, something horrific. And even when they do talk about it, they humanize the criminal. They show his picture smiling and all of that, show him with his family. I mean, they go get his picture, and they just but when we show victims in our community of police, brutality or any kind of white vigilantism, we show pictures of that of our people, and they mad about it. They want to show any kind of picture they can, the worst of the worst of black victims on the mainstream media, but they want to show them smiling after they went mowed down a bunch of people, innocent people who did nothing to them. Okay, so yes, we got some stories for y'all, and one of them for sure is like, oh my God, right? But we're gonna get to it. All right. I know I was a little bit behind tonight, but that's all right. That's all right. We here. So let's go ahead and get started, because I got to stay on the time schedule, right? All right. So. I'm looking at what people are saying. Hold on real quick. All right. Wait. Eric say the book and ADNC is the next purchase, Lord willing, with definitely the Lord will if you want it to happen. All right. So let me get to the first story I want to cover. Yeah, let me start here. Now, this story right here that I'm about to show y'all, where are we at? Okay. Poor cat. This guy was accused of essay of a cat. Let's get into this.
Hell no.
A 27-year-old man. Hold on.
I got cat.
Before I get started.
Fuck.
That guy's 27. He's 27. Let me hold on. He's 27. I'm not 27. He looks older than me. My Lord. I'm way older than him. I got him about 19 years. And my Lord, he looks older than me. That guy looks like he's, I don't know, about to hit 60.
Right, that age.
Jesus Christ. Thank you for making me black, Lord. Right. And thank you for giving me melanin. Thank you for that. I really appreciate you, Lord. You didn't have to do it, but you did. All right, let's get back to the story. 27 doggone years old. That's aging like a freaking banana. All right. So on top of that, he was arrested in Wichita in late August, charged with a pet cat. What did the cat do to you? Sedgwick County Jail records show Jacob Wilson was arrested on August 27th for cruelty to animals and sodomy with an animal. Jesus Christ. He was charged with those counts on September 2nd and scheduled for a preliminary hearing on October 21. The Wichita Police Department said the cat involved in the incident received immediate medical care and was transferred to the Wichita Animal Action League for continued care and support. Poor cat, Lord. It said, we can't even imagine the terror and the agony she went through. It was a female cat. And she was forcibly assaulted as she fought for her life.
Yeah, screaming her.
It said her owner, who knew the perpetrator, it said took her beloved cat to a local veterinarian who then contacted law enforcement. Now say the WAAL, which is the Wichita Animal Action League, said the cat Willow suffered pretty horrific internal injuries, and she has virtually recovered and is ready for adoption. Now they said that Willow's about 4 years old, is now spayed. They say in the loudest post, she enjoys being on her lap time and enjoys sunbathing. Say she may need to be on over-the-counter stool softener for life due to her internal injuries. Jesus Lord, the poor cat got to be on stool softener. My Lord. Willow deserves a home who would treasure her. I don't see how the cat you want to be around anybody after that. They say an additional 21 cats were found at the home. They were examined and showed no signs of abuse. Ford said the animals were also placed in the care of WAL and were being placed into. Now, I said we're grateful for swift response by animal welfare partners and remain committed to ensuring the safety and well-being of all animals in the community. They said released from the Wichita Police Department. So this is a deeply disturbing case, but we're grateful the cat survived and is receiving expert care through our partners at the Wichita Animal Action League. Now, he remains in jail on a $100,000 bond. Okay. So let me get back. Poor animal. Oh boy. Now, the Bible teach about the Old Testament was a pretty good book, wasn't it? See, people like this, I understand why God in the Old Testament told everybody how to deal with that kind of person that would do something like that. I see why. When you're that sick and depraved in your mind to do something like that to an animal,
right?
You can't rehabilitate that. Same thing with these pedos. You can't rehabilitate them. Because it was another story I was going to cover. I just didn't have time. But he was already on the registry and he went and did something to another child. You can't rehabilitate that. But they know this. A bunch of black men doing it. They came with all kind of laws. It was a bunch of black men. But last night we know that black men rank very low at doing a whole lot of things. But as long as they're doing it, it's okay. See, why aren't y'all focusing on these crimes? But you're worrying about, the carjacking. Man, you know what? If somebody stole my car today, I got full coverage insurance and my car got trackers on it. So if you steal it, cops gonna know exactly where to go to get it. If you steal it, I don't know why anybody would steal a newer car. I'm just saying, I don't know why you would do it because all those cars got trackers on them. But look, hey, you stole my car, I'll be mad about my stuff that's in it, right? Of course. But animal. Well, the animal has internal injuries, and the animal will have to be on stool softener for the rest of her life, however long she is on the earth. But they don't talk about these depraved acts, on the evening news. They may talk about it locally, and they do talk about it locally. So I will not say they don't talk about it locally, but nationally, you won't see that on Fox News. You won't see that on CNN. You won't see that anywhere else. Okay. Now, what'd you say? You said, but black women. Hold on. I ain't no black woman gonna go lay up with a dude like that, especially that look like that. I've never really seen that. No, I've never seen that. I see the reason why he probably did that to that animal is because a white woman don't want him either. That dude. Imagine he tell some white woman he's 27. Like, my Lord. It's hard to cover that story. Look, hey, it's not hard to cover. We cover it in the best way we can. We cover it respectfully as possible, within reason. But now let's get to another story here that we need to cover. Now, this one of them. But they're always talking about we doing something to them. Now you look at this story here. This is the perpetrator and this is the child. It's a new details on the toddler found safe after the Amber Alert. All right. So it said after an Amber Alert was canceled this morning after officials safely located a kidnapped 2-year-old and arrested the man accused of taking him. An alert for toddler Christopher Cooper was canceled after he was reported missing around 9:45 p.m. Around 5:45 a.m., a passerby contacted the Pike County Sheriff's Office in Mississippi after seeing a vehicle that matched the description of a bolo from the Tangipahoa, I guess I'm saying it right, Parish Sheriff's Office, and an Amber Alert put out by the Louisiana State Police. TPSO deputies immediately went to a location along G. Smith Road off of Highway 51 FBI. Now they say the vehicle and attached trailer were located parked outside what turned out to be a large storage building. Officials say deputies were able to locate it on the property near the vehicle. Mercia was taken into custody without incident and booked on one count of aggravated kidnapping of a child. Okay. Now, said according to TPSO, Cooper is being evaluated in the area hospital while its officials interview his mother. At the time, the relationship between the mother and the suspect is still unclear, as are the details about what led the mother and her child be in the vehicle with Mercer to begin with. They want to know why he did that, but he kidnapped the child. It said Ebola went out yesterday evening. It say after Cooper's mother contacted authorities that Mercer allegedly drove off with her son, well, I guess he meant to say son, after she got out of the vehicle. She probably have been in the vehicle with Mercer and the child going south on I-55 when they pulled over north of Kentwood at a welcome center. So when the mother got out of the car, they say to get the child out of the back seat, Mercer took off with the child driving southbound. I said we elated, you say, at this outcome, but we're still, it's a lot of questions. It say, and this investigation is far from over. They say you want to recognize the diligent effort of the men and women of the agency that continues at the moment. It's in reporting critical tips. We say it all the time, but this is proof the community can and will be safe when we work together. Okay, and that was the original Amber Alert and all of that. So and this was a child, but let's talk about that. You know, and yeah, now I'm gonna get to that comment that just came across. You know, so some not, and it's definitely a minority because I know my people. There's a minority of sisters out here who think they know better about these men. It don't take much to do research into who these men are personally and definitely who they are historically. And because of that, I don't know why you want to engage in that kind of behavior or relationships. I don't know why. Just like I said that I could not engage in any kind of relationship with Becky and them because number one, I said the power dynamics. Number two, I'm not going to deal with all the, you know, it goes back to the first story. We talked about the 27-year-old thing, right? That falls upon them too. No, I'm sorry. Nope. I believe in growing old gracefully, not just looking like the crypt keeper at 50. But we have to be very, very cautious of this because you look at the crime. See, the thing is, you don't know about their crimes and you don't know what they do within their own community. So some of you, unfortunately, think that some of them are a lot better than brothers. Brothers, we got our faults, and yes, a lot of brothers do. I'm not saying brothers are perfect, because no, they're not. But it's kind of rare to hear a black man trying to kidnap a kid. Because some of them don't even want their own. I say some, not all. So surely they're not trying to kidnap yours. The brothers in the community sometimes don't even want to deal with single mothers. So they be the last one that want to kidnap your child. They'll drop you and that kid off at the rest stop and take off, but they're not trying to take your kid. That's not no, not brothers. No. It don't matter even we with our own children. We're not trying to sit up here and deal with nobody else's children. You know what I'm saying? No, but
You're trying to correct
Brad
yourself
Neal?
now.
Look at that the Trump regime don't want you talking about, or the Epstein files to come out. And speaking of that, they had a new lady that's supposed to get into Congress to make the Democrats be at 218, and they don't even want to swear her in because when they get back, they want to go vote on them Epstein files again. And that lady could be the deciding vote to get the Epstein files out here. And your boy Trump, he don't want them Epstein files out. You know what I'm saying? See, if you know how I look at it, if you didn't do nothing wrong, put them out, right? See, I don't get kind of files. Why? Because Phil don't entertain nowhere with nobody's. I'm children, my house. You know what I'm saying? And when other people's children come around, it's going to be all kind of adults and parents and all the things. And what do you find with a child, with a little girl, with a little boy? You have nothing in common with them. But anyway, this guy took off with a child. And if the police wouldn't have got there, let's call it what it is, he would have done something to that child. Because I just know their history. I know they get down based off of what we have seen and what we've covered and what just happens over the years. Okay. Well, luckily that child, and I sometimes say, oh no, I love brothers. I'm not even talking about child. I'm talking about these new age women that has, which are very a minority. They're a minority. And they always find out the hard way because they think these guys are better or whatever the case may be. And then some of them don't live to tell a story about it. And then some of them may live to tell a story about it, but they went through a lot of abuse, anti-Black racism, whatever. And after that, they become the most pro-Black sister out there. They're like, they want all the shea butter you can give them. They want all the African Black soap you can give them. They want all the incense and the sage you can give them, right? Oh, they come out a new person. They are a convert after Brad get done with them. That's for sure. That is for sure. Now, yeah. You say brothers don't want that time to come along with kids. Yeah. Brothers don't want to. No. That's one of the last people I always tell you that I would think that's gonna be out here kidnapping kids. Other groups, yes. Brothers, No. I seen that video, Prime One. I did see that video. I saved that video. I think I did. To it somewhere. And that's another thing. Even they're women. We're sitting up here and we're getting a certain amount of money, and then we want to go move to these all white enclaves and bring our children to these schools where they the only one, or maybe two Black children. Then let me tell you what disturbed me. So I was at the Beta State Convention last year, and they had some schools, and I seen it was like they were doing their performance, and it was only like one Black kid and one. And it was all in this other one. It's like two Black kids. It was all white. And I'm sitting up here looking at that. And that just really disturbed me because them kids, for some reason, they didn't look, I don't know. It was just something given off about them kids. I'm like, something ain't right with them kids. Because I just know in them environments and the way they're raised, they're going to portray anti-Black racism because that's how it comes out the household. And then we know from experience, the more of them that's there, they feel like they got more, they can gang up on you, the teacher, gang up on you. And so you're dealing with that. That's why I Black parents, at minimum, move to a diverse area at minimum. If you can't move to an all Black area that's maybe middle class and up, okay? At least let them have more Black people there. When I say diverse, I'm talking about everybody, but definitely more Black people there. Okay. Sometimes parents, we got to move that. It's going to be also
only rich places with white people. God, I mean, he's never been to Olympia Fields or something. This nigga is pissing me off.
But anti-Black racism is mental abuse.
He's talking like a fucking white supremacist.
Emotional abuse that happens to them. And that's where a lot of this stuff happens. So that is a safety issue for our children too. Just want to kind of put that out there. Okay. Just want to put that out there. Yeah. Well, Special 150, what it is the parents. See, some of our Black parents like, oh, I made it. I want to go to this particular area. And they go there and they, because look, they ain't got to deal with them too much other than their job, right? They go to work, whatever. They can live in this area. But they're going to send their child to a school that's hardly no Black people. Then you wonder why the child later come out to be like Candace Owens. you look at Candace Owens, right?
She's
and
Caribbean.
I wonder out looking at
She's
Candace
not
Owens,
Black
we'll get to the third
American, so
story
that's not a good example.
And I'm like, how is she so calm? I was listening to her talk about Charlie Kirk, and I'm looking at her, just even her life, and I'm like, how are you comfortable like that? You're not even hanging around Caribbean people. I'm not saying hang around us as Black Americans. It happened to you that you love them people so much that you don't even love your own Caribbean people, because she claimed that, oh, I'm not like the Black Americans. I'm Caribbean. I'm St. Croix. Okay, cool. I don't ever see you with St. Croix people. What's wrong with people from the Caribbean? I don't think nothing wrong with them. But you never see that woman with Black people. She always up in the, and then I'm sorry. I don't know what kind of husband she got, but I would take an issue the way she talking so much about Charlie Kirk and all the pictures she's showing of the man and her. And
talking about
I'm like,
spouses,
man, female,
Phil.
you in love with that
Let's
man
not
or
start
something?
talking about
You got a whole
spouses,
husband
Phil.
and kids.
You're
What
on the wrong
all
track.
lamenting? You acting like Jada Pinkett about Tupac. That's the way she acting about Charlie Kirk. I don't know if he ever see this, but Candace Owens' husband, you need to check her, bro. She doing too much about this Charlie Kirk stuff. I'm not talking about trying to find out who did whatever. I don't care about that. I'm talking about all that reminiscing and showing pictures and all the stuff that she's doing. And showing on. No, man. I don't have a problem with that. Oh, I would have a problem with them. Like, you love that man. He just didn't want you for whatever the reason. You were really in love with that man. Yeah, having her Jada Pinkett moment. Oh, reminiscing about a man that's not here no more.
You got your J-Lo moment?
But I don't know.
Your senorita moment, Phil? Come on, let's not talk about
the way she
spouses,
acting, he
Phil.
probably did. That's the way she's acting. She more mad about Charlie than his wife. His wife up here
Nigga,
laughing.
you FBA
laughing.
got a whole Africa map behind you. Let's not talk about spouses, Phil.
Yeah, I'm gonna show this other stuff like she ain't worried about it. Candace acting like she was the wife. But see, up there at the Klan rally, that was his memorial with Stephen Miller. She'd have been the headline speaker. Let you know what they think about her. But she don't care. Whatever. I don't relate to the bootlicking. I don't relate to that. I'm sorry. That's weak to me. That's just cowardice. That's so beneath our ancestors. How is you bootlicking a people? You Caribbean. How you bootlicking a people that enslaved you? Your people was enslaved in the Caribbean, Candace. You are ashamed of your ancestors. Ashamed. But some people are descendants of heroes who were burned down the plantation. And some people are descendants of the Stevens. Maybe in her line, she descended what they were called back then, a bed wench. Maybe she was. You don't escape your lineage too much. Somebody can break the curse, though, but maybe she didn't. Because it's just kind of weird how she is with them people. I'm sorry. It's weird. But let's get to the third story here that we want to cover here with this lady here. Now, this woman, she's so-called mother, remember
continent
this.
across
I want
the
y'all to
sea.
listen to this. Check
But
this
he's
out.
FBI.
An unexplainable event.
It was just before 11 Monday morning here on Lightfoot Drive. Friends of a 16-year-old boy called police because they weren't able to reach him.
They had dropped them off about 2 o'clock in the morning, I believe, on Saturday, and hadn't been able to get in touch with them. So they asked the police to go by and do what we call a welfare check to make sure everything.
A foul odor. They went inside and found the 16-year-old shot dead with multiple stab wounds. He was the only one home. That's when police learned his mother, 47-year-old Krista Roy, had been taken to the hills and had wounds to her arms. believed to be self-inflicted. She was later released, and that's when officers made the arrest.
She confessed that she had obtained a pistol with the intent to kill her son and him several times while he was sleeping in his bed. She then laid down with him because he was still alive, was caressing him, and he was calling out her name.
Her teenage son, the suspect didn't stop there.
She went to the kitchen, got a kitchen knife, came back to the bedroom, and then stabbed her son to make sure that he would die.
She's being held on a $1 million cash-only bond.
Now, listen to that particular crime. You know, now that's another white-on-white crime. This lady took the life of her son. While the son is sitting up here saying, "Mommy," she go lays next to him. Woo, boy! But they don't talk all these heinous things. But they want to talk about black women and what black women are doing. A sister shoplifting. Oh my God, a black woman is the most horrible person in the world. Let me tell you something about businesses, okay? No, I'm not advocating for shoplifting, but when you get a business, and because we have about 2 of them, you have to get, when you are, well, definitely if you own the building, it would be advisable you have business insurance. If you're leasing the building, it's a requirement per the lease that you have commercial business insurance. And commercial business insurance, it could be damage, theft, any kind of criminal activity, equipment. You can add that in there too. Like a customer get hurt, like, slip, trips, falls, that sort of thing, or whatever. So when people will sue a company, talking about they fail, they use the insurance used to be the one that would pay that particular settlement if that's what it is. It don't come out the company bottom line. It actually comes out. When you see them stealing from Ulta or wherever, those things are replaced and they can do a claim on their business insurance. But when crimes like this is going on, that's really horrible, they don't want to focus what she went through. Oh, her boyfriend broke up with her. Oh, the same week the dog died. Oh, she lost her job. So she just snapped. She snapped. Speaking about snapped, watch that show Snapped. Boy, some of the heinous things Becky and them have done to their own husbands and boyfriends and kids. Lord Jesus. Have y'all watched that show before? That's all they feature. Snap scared me. I'm like, I see brothers be fooling with them. Like, bro, have you seen the show Snapped? Man, that's scary. Once again, I'm not saying that sisters can't commit crimes. I'm not saying they haven't. But I'm saying, but come on, man. Some of the heinous stuff I've seen on that platform. But what I'm saying is, but they so worried about all the experts, ICE, and all them trying to go target the black neighborhoods and all that sort of thing, right? In DC, now in Chicago, you should be going to them trailer parks. You're going to find a lot of crime going on out there, I promise you. Yeah, Forensic Files. Yeah, that's another show.
How many illegal immigrants is in the trailer parks, though? Did they send them to the trailer parks?
The crimes are so plentiful. I mean, shoot. I mean, yeah, they got shows like First 48. And okay, in the First 48 is usually, think about it, low income area, people in some sort of gang dealing drugs on the block, doing those things, and the guy works a regular job and he goes to work, he has a family, he's you don't ever see them kind of guys in First 48, or a guy that owns a business, or he's doing very well for himself, or a sister doing very well for herself. You don't see them on first. Now, you may see a couple people on. Yeah, you may. That's financial crime. That's not taking the life of a child. Even though financial crime, I understand. Look, you know how I personally feel about financial crime. If it's not a Bernie Madoff situation when you stealing everybody's retirement or whatever, man, I think you should do home confinement. I think that's what you should do. That should be your jail cell, home. You know what I'm saying? Let you work. You know, let you go to work, come over. Because to me, it's like. That is my opinion about it. I think nonviolent offenses, people should be sentenced to home confinement for nonviolent offenses. I think jail, I've always said that jail should be for violent offenses, violence, strong arm robbery, of course, you know, violating somebody, murder, you know, all those different things like that, right? Terrorism, the worst of the worst. I mean, why would I put somebody who just did some credit card scams in prison with some certifieds?
Because people that steal is what causes violence, because then it leaves people broke.
These aren't really quote unquote hardened criminals. These are people that they're scammers. And you wonder why things happen to people in prison, but this country don't care, because white America don't care. Because, you know, only if it's happening to white America, that's when they want something changed. So as long as it's happening to black people, they're cool with it. Okay, people commit a crime. I get it. But you still should have your constitutional rights. And you say, well, they don't deserve no rights. Okay, if you feel they don't deserve no rights, whatever they did, that means they need to go on to capital punishment 30 days after they've been convicted. Because I'm a firm believer, if you take the life of somebody, then that should be a capital case. It shouldn't be no jail time. Now, I feel that if it can happen, you put your appeal. And you got to do that day. You do your appeal way up. Fine. The appeal, prove, you know, whatever the case may be, then, hey, okay, if you exhausted all your appeals or all that, 30 days, you got to go, buddy. But I'm talking about, that's we got current you. Law right now, nothing questionable about it. Nothing's questionable. We got you. I mean, it's no doubt that we got you. You're doing the Epstein thing. That should be a capital case. Is there anything you got to go on the offender list for? Now I know you can go on the offender list. Now let me say something with balance with that. I know you can go on the offender list if you're a guy that, you know, okay, pulled over to the side of the road somewhere, you went, let's say, in the trees, and you went use the restroom, and the police saw you or whatever. You can actually get put on the offender list for that. Actually, in some places like indecent exposure, okay, I wouldn't put you on the list, not for that, but I don't think nobody should go on the list. If you are trying to use a restroom on the side somewhere, you're not showing nobody anything. You actually are hiding yourself. You're not around children, you're not around women. You're not around nobody. You should be on the offender list. I'm sorry, I don't think that. But I don't think you should be doing that either. Because check this out. So we was in South Africa, and we were driving, not in Johannesburg. I forgot the name of that city we went to. We were riding. This dude walked down the street, y'all, and this dude just whipped his thing out and just started peeing. I'm like, you savage. That's the first thing in my mind, like, you savage in the middle of the freaking street. And I think I told I think another time, we was having a conversation in a meeting. I think one girl was like, oh, that's normal around here. People do that all the time. I'm like, what kind of savage crap is that? I'm like, man, I said, no, go somewhere and do that. Don't be doing this walking down the street, whipping your stuff out in front of people. Like my grandma said, they should have beat you with a wet rope for doing that. Shoot. about tolerance. Oh, Kelly, you say you remember that? No, Kelly, it's not no welcome to Africa. No. I would never accept that that's Africa. I won't accept that. I just think you're acting like a savage at the moment. It's you, because I didn't see every African person doing that. So no, you got some people that, I guess the laws aren't strong enough for that yet. But that's why I let me in charge of nothing. I told y'all, y'all love me in one instance. Y'all love me if I was in charge of something with the government. But some of y'all will hate me because, I'll run a tight ship. Oh, no. And something like that? No. You need a Canaan. Like what was that white guy all those years ago that was spray painting on the cars and they caned him in Singapore? They gave him a good caning. I said, yeah, that's what he need. He need a good caning, or he need to get beat with some rubber from a tire or something for doing that kind of crap. No, don't you come out here doing that. We got children. We got restrooms. Go find your restroom somewhere, buddy. You say you seen that when you visited Senegal? Saint Nikki, to answer your question, Saint Nikki, I had to get caught up because I was behind. So I started doing 2 to get caught up. I preferably like to do 1, but I had to get caught up because I'm like, man, I have to do a certain amount every month. So yeah, it's I mostly do 1, but I just had to get caught up. So that's what that's about. Well, I'm a foreigner, so I can't be a leader in none of those places. I can't do it. I'm a foreigner. You know how they feel about foreigners. You can't. They won't elect a foreigner to lead anything. Now, America will. We about one of the only countries that will do it, right? We'll have a foreigner become the mayor of New York. Seems like they're going to have a foreigner doing that, right? And they'll have no problem with foreigners doing that. But go to foreigners' countries and see if you can get elected the mayor of anything. Watch. Them foreigners are not going to accept you. Not at all. None of these foreigners, where they come from. I don't, and listen, maybe y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see a bunch of Black Americans being the mayors and the governors of anything in some foreign country or the president or something. They'll say, you're a foreigner. That's not for you. You got to be born here. Our silly country let foreigners come here and get in Congress and everything else. Yeah, I said it because I don't think it should happen. Just my opinion. You don't have to agree. But if we can't go to foreign countries like Ilhan Omar, I'm just giving you an example. I don't know why she popped up in my head, but I couldn't go over there and be anything. As a refugee, I can go there as a refugee and they would not let me be in their government because they'll say, you're not Somali. You all right, I guess, but you're not Somali. So you can't be a part of this, buddy. And I don't have a problem with that, actually. I really don't. But, hey, I don't have to be the leader of anything. I could be like, hey, if they take my advice and do it, hey, that's the thing. That's how I look at it, right? Yeah, that's right. They'll say, go back to America. That's right. They say, you are not leading nothing here. I can't go show up in Kenya talking about, hey, you know what? I want to be the president. They say, well, you can become a citizen. Okay, let's say I become a citizen. I don't want to be the president. They're like, you a citizen and all, but no, but you're not, but So, and I don't have an issue with that. I actually don't. But like I said, it's our silly country that allows all that. So it wasn't Ghana. It was actually South Africa that had a Chinese lady in the ANC. It wasn't Ghana. It was actually South Africa. But South Africa is a little different. It's a little different than the rest of the African countries. But hey, I'll let you know, at least maybe you can get in their parliament and do something right. But depends on how much money that lady was investing into South Africa too. Because one thing I can tell you about the African continent, money talks a lot there, a lot. And you can make things get moved real quick if you got a little bag with you. So maybe the Chinese lady had a bag. So oh yeah. Chinese. Yeah, China not gonna let me in. They government with doing Chinese. So, like I said, America's the only silly country that do that mess. You have whole foreigners that have whole backgrounds that's not even American, don't understand our story, don't understand this country like that. But I don't know. Like I said, it's nothing against nobody. I think you can come here and have your dream, but when it comes to politics and leadership positions like that, I think that should be reserved for those who have lineage in this country. The older I get, the more I see why God put people in certain places. Understand why? Because you're gonna have a clash with too many cultures coming in one environment. You're gonna have a clash. It's gonna happen. Every culture wants to be respected and have some sort of power. And when you have all these cultures in one thing, it's going to happen. And most of these cultures look out for their own. They don't look out for everybody. Right? So what's that Zoran Mumdad? What's that guy's name? Whatever. Where is he from? From y'all? The guy in New York.
He was born.
Well, what's the guy that's the main Democrat guy in New York? They didn't want Eric Adams no more. But where's that guy from? Now, some people say, oh, there you go. Multiple cultures equal a communication issue. Let me find out what he. No. You said he said that he's Ugandan or whatever. So is he Indian?
Yes.
Is he Indian? Oh, okay. And did Idi Amin pull out? He did because he said they're proud.
I agree.
Okay. So we couldn't go to India and run nothing. As a matter of fact, they don't like black folks in India at all. And they don't like the southern Indians either because they're too dark.
Yeah.
They were colonized by the British. They run the caste system. Basically, it's a Jim Crow system. Basically, right? The brown paper bag test, I guess, for them. And in them countries like India, and go back to the video that I interviewed the what's her name? Shaweta. What's her name? She did we did an interview, and she wrote her book, and she gave me her book too. And about all the colorism and all of the skin bleaching and all that stuff that's going on in India, about the different caste system and all this mess they got going on in India. But the crazy part is they'll be darker than me, but they'll get mad if one of their daughters marry a brother. But they happy they marry a white man because hey, it's gonna whiten India anyway. So this guy in New York, and y'all gonna support him over Eric Adams? I'm just trying to figure that part out. You gonna support him, and it's not about just because he's black. The more I go along and I see the way these cultures move, I'd rather deal with Eric Adams personally. If it were me, I'd rather deal with him. Because at least with Eric Adams, I can pull up on him and talk to him in a certain way. This dude here, I can't pull up and talk to him a certain like I could talk to Eric Adams. I'm sorry, just couldn't. I don't care. Okay, people say that, they're so educated. Okay, well, nobody go back home and help the homeland. Why everybody stay here? You're not doing India no good staying here. You would do better going to take that knowledge you got from America and go back to India and help India and spread that knowledge in India. It's like what Gaddafi said. Okay, you can go to America and get educated, but you got to come right back to Libya and help build Libya. And they're not going back to India and help build. Man, they're mad. They deported too. They're mad about the H-1B visas that Trump, say now is $100,000. They the main one that's upset about that. And then after them will be China. They're mad about it. I don't understand why people don't, okay, get the education, get the skills, and then go back to your homeland and build. Nobody wants to go back there and build. Oh, we need these people, man. You need Jesus. You need food in your mouth. You need a shelter. You know what I'm saying? You need air to breathe, clean air to breathe, clean water to drink. That's what you need. We don't need none of these people, because we got enough people in America that can get educated and do it. You can't tell me all Americans don't want education. I'm sorry. You can't even tell me all Black Americans don't want to learn something. That's not true. Some people are lazy, and laziness is in every group. But I'm not on that. We need all these people. No, I'm not for that, because this is the thing. These people aren't coming for cohesion. They're coming for getting their bag. They get off in a corner. They're not going to help anything if something go down. They're going to immediately get on a plane and go back to their homeland if it really go down in this country. So no, but we couldn't go to their country and do that. Yeah, and all these black people need to get more in tech. Hey, all these H-1B people, they may have to go back home. Hey, Black people need to be flooding them jobs, construction jobs. People need to be, because if the Democrats get back in, the H-1Bs are coming back. And the immigrants going to come back with a vengeance. So Black folks better take advantage right now with them construction jobs and all these jobs that the immigrants are losing right now, or having to leave their job because they don't want to get caught by Trump and ICE. Getting the tech, definitely getting the tech. I saw a CEO this morning talking about AI. He said, yeah, AI going to take a lot of jobs, but hey, the data center's going to need electricians to know how to work on all this stuff. So he said, we're going to need a lot of electricians. He said, we're going to need plumbers that know how to, because it takes a lot of water at these data centers too. So this dude was running down the jobs and skills that you need with AI. He said, be the person that know how to work on the robots. The guy was telling what to go into. So when all this AI come more and more, it's coming more and more online every day, how you can make a bag off of keeping the AI going. I'm like, see, this is what we need to be hearing. Not crying, oh, AI gonna take my job. Man, you switch your job. Stop crying about what AI gonna do. Get down with the AI or learn how to work with the AI so you can make the bag. I like to hear people crying about technology. No. The technology is here. We got to work with that stuff now. You either work with it or get left behind on the employment line. That's it. Yeah, STEM. There you go. STEM. Our people need to be getting more and more into STEM, but also know how to work with your hands. Skilled trades too. Skilled trades, AI can't do that. The skilled trade right now in Texas, the DACA recipients are crying because they're not going to be able to renew their CDLs in Texas. And I've seen them crying about that. Okay, bad for them. But what does that mean for some of you out there want to drive a truck? Now you can get your CDL and get on these companies, and now you can start driving the truck. That's going to be more openings for some of you brothers and sisters that want to drive. I just don't like to hear my people whining and crying about things. We gotta adapt, okay? We gotta adapt. But anyway, thank y'all for joining us on the stream tonight. Really appreciate it. Make sure to click the subscribe button. Make sure to click the like button.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe.
That's crew. What Uncle Phil just laid out. I know you.
Yeah, I'll give you my last thoughts because I'm finna fall out. I don't think I'll make it through the other one.
Okay.
So Phil pissed me off at first. I get where he's coming from, but yeah, he's talking like he's too much boule or something. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah, he talk like the Divine Nine.
Right. That's what I'm like, man. Who is you talking to?
Right.
You got you 1 million subscribers and think you the shit, nigga. No. Remember when you was doing your videos?
Yeah.
But anyway. No, but he's FBA. He got that whole African map behind his head. I don't.
Yeah,
That would be like me right now. Now you know, back in the day, maybe when I was in Fargo, yes, I had a RBG flag, right? Because we wasn't on point yet, right?
Right.
But when we have the new information, right?
Right.
We don't do the same shit we did with the old information.
Right.
So that's my issue. He has the new information. He was just delineating right there with the African map.
Yep.
Like, bro, you're not African.
Right.
And you know it.
Well, then he needs to change this whole network because, he got his network is called the African Diaspora Network.
Right.
Network.
And I don't know why he switched it to that after FBA was already established. So,
Right.
But yeah, like I said, other than that, a lot of what he said was okay.
Yeah.
We're not caping for the immigrants. Everybody need to go home and fix their own shit, right?
Right.
I can't come visit you out there where you at and say, hey, Jesse, you got to do this, that.
Right.
And I got a big ass hole leaking through my closet.
Right.
Through the roof.
Right.
Like, what are you talking about?
Right. That part.
All
right, crew. Well,
what you think about it?
I think he was on point about some things, but some of the stuff he was saying was like kind of pissing me off too.
Still too Pan-African, huh?
Yeah.
Like, come on, Phil, what side you going?
Right. The line is drawn, Uncle Phil. You gotta pick a side.
Now you can say I am doing the melanated, or I don't care. I ain't gonna tell them. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When you're doing your black shit, do your black shit.
Right.
When you're talking American shit, I don't want to see no damn African flag while you talking American.
Yeah, he got all his correspondence with that too in their background. Even
which is fine when he's talking about like the melanated diaspora or whatever, non-whites or whatever. Everybody else ain't black to me though.
Yeah.
All these people he got, they're not black.
Right.
To me, they're Africans. They're South African, Kenyan, you know what I mean? Malian, whatever. They're not black.
Yeah. He got a new one. Theo. He's a raccoon. He's from Denver.
You know him?
Yeah, I know him.
You ain't warned Phil about him?
I thought about doing it. I really did. I was like,
yes, warn him. Phil knows about you, man.
Yeah, I should warn him.
If you think dude really on that, dog, he'll sabotage the whole shit. We can't have nobody up on the field like that. Phil, the first million subscriber dude that was actually black first.
Right.
I don't care if he's Pan-African or whatever. He still acknowledged FBA and everything. I'm just criticizing him about his African shit behind there. But if it's somebody behind him, just let him know.
Okay. Yeah, I'll reach out to him about that. All right, thanks for joining us, crew, or joining me. It's just me.
Oh
tonight.
yeah. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I'm joining the channel. You get me?
Yeah.
Well, not the channel, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Joining all the channels. So, thank you. I hope I didn't speak out of turn or, you know what I mean?
No, you was on point with everything you said. Thanks for the update on what's happening in the Shy, too.
Yeah. Most of it was secondhand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I watched a few videos like from Afro and a lot of people out here too. So
yeah, shout out to Afro Elite.
And then most of the people that were saying negative stuff about it, ask them where their family's from. Then they get out the chat.
Yep, that part.
So all right. So yeah, that's that thing. So anyway, I'll holler at you. I'm gonna still be listening. I don't think I'm gonna go back out for another one. So I'm gonna just be listening and fall asleep.
All right, I'm probably just gonna get through these last.
Hey Randall, thank you, bro. I'll let you too, man.
Yeah, appreciate you coming through, Randall, as well. All right, so
I know Randall gonna be listening just like me, but I'm gonna just jump off there so I don't have the mic open all night.
Okay, cool.
Be wake up and my mom, hey, what you gonna cut the grass and take out the? Oh man, everybody online ain't need to hear that.
Right.
All right, but I'm gonna holler at you though. Thanks for having me on.
You're welcome. Peace.
All right, peace.
All right, so Professor Black Truth is gonna give us an update on black people running Charlie Kirk wannabes out of town. Gotta chase those crazy bald heads out of town. All right, so.
Button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure the YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now the Sunday address.
Don't say that. You're not coming in. You're not coming in. Simple as that. You're not coming into our sacred spaces. You're not coming in. This is sacred ground. You're not coming in. You're not coming in. Why not? Why can't I come in? Because I said you're not.
This is Larry Krasner's town hall at Mother Bethel Church at Society Hill.
You're not coming to our sacred spaces. You're not coming in our sacred space. As simple as that. Because I said you're not coming in. I'm saying you're not coming in. You have no right to tell me. You're not coming in.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You're not coming in our sacred space. What you'll see what it is. I don't care. You'll see what it means for people.
We were trying to come to the event. They denied us entry. They have a human wall. They have the blue wall.
You touch me, dude, we're gonna have a problem. Just let you know. Don't touch me. You need it. Black arm job. You need them. The safety. You need it. It was also goodbye.
This is a party of inclusivity. These people are clowns. Is that a threat?
They kept y'all safe. Oh, they kept y'all safe.
Oh, that's a hateful.
Yeah, they kept you safe.
They kept us safe.
We can handle our own. They can
handle. They can handle their own.
Not us. Yeah. So we can go to where we want to worship. Okay. If you want to come and make
You're worshiping Larry Krasner?
We were trying to come to the event. They denied us entry. They have a human wall. They have the blue wall.
You touch me, dude, we're gonna have a problem. Just let you know. Don't touch me. You need it. Black arm job. You need them. The safety. You need it. It was also goodbye. Don't touch us either, man.
This is a party of inclusivity. These people are clowns. Is that a threat?
They kept y'all safe.
Oh, they kept y'all safe. Oh, that's a hateful.
Yeah, they kept you safe.
They kept us safe.
We can handle our own.
They can handle their own.
Not us. Yeah. So we can go to where we want to worship. Okay.
There was an old song called "The Devil Went Down to Georgia." Well, in this case, the devil went up to Philly. This clown actually wandered into a house of God, and he thought that they were obligated to let him in. And you had a white cop say, "You can't stop him, you gotta let him in." Now, the people ignored him, and rightly so. The name of this church is Mother Bethel AME Church in Philadelphia. Now, the reason for this clown trying to make this commotion is the DA, Larry Krasner, was speaking there. And on a side note, if a belligerent white right-winger trying to barge his way into a black church sounds familiar, it should. Even the name is similar. Remember, Mother Emanuel AME Church in Charleston was where Dylan Roof carried out a mass murder. And now you got this given the history. You ought to be glad that the parishioners didn't take steps to Texas because they would have within their rights. And of course, you won't be surprised to learn that this wasn't this clown's first time pulling this stunt. Just a few days earlier, this same ranting lunatic had already disrupted a town hall that the DA was conducting at another church. So this guy is basically bouncing around, following the DA and trying to make a spectacle of himself so he can get some attention. He's supposed to have some little organization that he claims to have. And obviously, this is supposed to be his funding outreach, anything to get his name on the map, right? And of course, you had this white cop who was there yelling, saying, "You got no right to tell him he can't come in." The people there rightly ignored that donut-chomping moron. He's not even paying attention to the hostile white man who's trespassing and trying to barge his way into someone else's church. He's focusing on barking at the black people who are protecting their space. This is white cops showing that they're the enforcement arm of white supremacy, but as they saw, the arm has no muscle. They did the right thing. This guy already showed that the only thing he's trying to do is to disrupt those town halls. He's not there to actually listen. And on top of that, the DA has no obligation to debate him at all. He wants to debate the DA. He should run for office and have a political debate. That's how it should be done. But that's what these guys are about. Instead of taking the conservatives' own advice of respecting the views of other people, instead, this wannabe clout-chasing creep was trying to get some clicks by saying he was going to debate the DA in a church. He didn't even bother to get the church's permission to be there. This is what I was telling you guys about. Everyone knows that these right-wing blowhards like Charlie Kirk and others have mega millionaires and even billionaires bankrolling their operation. There's a lot of stupid money from the white right that you can tap into if you're willing to say the right stuff. People like Ben Shapiro and others got paid off of that. And now that Kirk got murked, there's a lot of wannabe successors crawling out of the woodwork, desperately trying to get attention by auditioning to be the next Charlie Kirk, when what they really want is to get the millions of dollars in white dark money that he was getting. That's what all of this stupidity in public is about. Now, this is the exact same white right that claims to care so much about religion and Christianity and maintaining the sanctity of sacred spaces like the Christian church. And yet you have the other filthy heathen and acting like he owns the place. White privilege at its finest. But as I've always told you, nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy, because at the same time that this clown was making a nuisance of himself in Philadelphia, over in Tennessee, you had some maggots who called themselves going to post up at Tennessee State University, an HBCU, and they were going to be harassing the kids on campus. Now, these guys did not have permission to be there, and they kept trying to make some sort of pathetic, feeble argument that, well, this place gets state money, so I should be able to be here and you can't stop me. No, stupid. Just because somebody gets state money does not mean that their place becomes a public accommodation, which is what this idiot was probably trying to hint at. These morons don't actually learn the law because as far as they're concerned, they're white, and that means anything they say goes. Now, these trespassers, who nobody knew if they were armed or not, were there without authorization, and they tried to call themselves setting up shop as if they owned the place. All they were there for was just to harass the black students. Never mind the fact that just a few weeks ago, the ideological kin, if not these individuals themselves, were threatening these HBCUs. That's the part that gets left out. You got to connect the dots. These guys didn't just show up out of the blue. The white supremacists hate the fact that they got run off campus because it's black people exercising power over them and telling them where they can and cannot go. That's the humiliation in it for them. That's what the Mayo militia is really angry about. Black people are people what will and will not go. And they did that as a group. They sat there, as far as they were concerned, it was their worst nightmare. Black folks on code running the white supremacists out. See, as the white right and left, truth be told, see it, if they tell you as a black person something, if they demand something of you, they say, come over here, boy, I want to have a word with you, then you're supposed to do it because they're your superior, right? But not only did these black kids refuse to debate these clowns, they refused to even, and that's the right response. And remember, the threats coming from the white right on Charlie Kirk's behalf began long before he was killed. Charlie Kirk and his neo-Nazi pals had a campaign going to attack and threaten black professors and university personnel. It was Charlie Kirk's so-called professor watch list. It was actually unhinged and violent minions to harass and threaten, and they hoped even kill some of them. When you see things like the harassment and abuse of black children in schools, like what I showed you in Friday's crime report, that's what the white right's trying to encourage. That's the plan. They have racists like DeSantis and others carrying out a nonstop drumbeat of anti-black vitriol and lying through their buck teeth with phony made-up claims that white students are being maligned or what have you. And that's specifically meant to embolden and encourage some white supremacists to carry out an act of violence. They're not just saying it for the sake of saying it. It is specifically meant to encourage a violent act of some sort. That's the entire purpose of doing it. So no, these clowns don't want to debate. If they did, then they would pay to invite a black academic or pundit to come to a venue that they paid for or got permission for, and they would do it there. You don't just pop up out of the blue, say, I'm going to go ahead and set up a fold-up table. Now someone needs to debate me. That's like the behavior of a crazy person in the town square. You never see any black people calling themselves bums rushing some white church and saying, I don't like what the pastor's saying, or you had some politician yelling at him just a few days ago. You never see black people doing stuff like that. See, the problem for the white right, especially where colleges and universities are concerned, is that the white right totally failed to create institutions that have any prestige or any credibility. This is the reason why you hear the white right claiming that they lost the culture. What they really mean is they lost the war of ideas. That's what they really mean. So now what they're trying to do is they're trying to use legislative fiat to say, well, in that case, then we're just going to go ahead and shut down anything that we don't like. We lost the war of ideas. We lost the culture. We lost the narrative. And that being the case, we're just going to say no more narrative, no more culture, no more anything. It's just going to be white fiat. That's what this is about. When you've lost the culture, when you've lost the war of ideas, well, you have to do stuff like this, bums rushing places that actually do represent the culture. These places that the white right likes to talk about, like Hillsdale College, these places are recognized by everyone, left and right, to be nothing more than diploma mills, the equivalent of a vanity project for wannabe academics on the right. DeSantis whines and complains, hell, when is he not whining, that there's a liberal indoctrination going on in universities. But DeSantis is himself a graduate from Yale, and he never renounces that. And where did DeSantis send his kids for college? He sent them to Yale too. Meanwhile, his takeover of that university in Florida, the new college, and putting morons like Chris Rufo in charge of it, how well has that panned out for making these places into go-to institutions for higher learning? Enrollment at the new college plummeted after the takeover, and at this point it's been exposed as nothing more than a half-baked land grab by some wannabe conservative bureaucrats. There's been no financial transparency going on there, and mark my words, predictably, inevitably in time, there's going to be some enormous scandal about how that place became nothing more than a money laundering operation, the same way Brett Favre and his pals did at that university in Mississippi. Higher education run by the lowest idiots. The white right in particular has always had an inferiority complex where young people in schools and churches are concerned, and there's good reason for that. White power is largely about assuring the power and position of old white men at the expense of everyone else, including younger white people. They've come to hate the church as an institution because black people established moral authority through that very same church. And white power also hates education because an educated population are harder to control. This is why when the white right in particular are in charge of a school system, the very first thing that they do is to narrow the curriculum because they don't understand the material themselves and they don't want anyone else to understand it either. And then they send their unlearned and unwashed minions to black houses of learning, not to be students, but to regurgitate their asinine anti-black talking points. And while there's been a lot of black people who have been asking, how come these clowns didn't pull these stunts at some white Ivy League university? Well, there's something you need to remember. These colleges that claim to be allegedly liberal, that's actually what the conservatives say. They're the ones who say that. The colleges themselves deny it, and they're right. They're not liberal at all. They are actually right-leaning. They're definitely anti-black. And yet these same liberal universities have for decades allowed racist professors and administrators to engage in all manner of open anti-black rhetoric and material. And they would claim that these racists have tenure and hence cannot be fired. And even if they could, well, we have to be allowed to have an open dialogue and an open exchange of ideas. But the only idea that they're interested in having exchanged is anti-black ideas. On the other hand, on the rare occasion when a black professor decides that there's some controversial ideas about white society that they want to exchange, then all of a sudden their tenure's in danger. This agitprop that the white right is doing has been going on these university campuses for decades. This is not new. They made it clear that colleges and universities are a safe space for anti-black rhetoric. These colleges and universities have eagerly defended it. It was actually so-called leftist academics at these schools who were the main ones saying that you got to allow these people to say unpopular things. But the attitude only went one way. And if you said something about white society or about a non-black constituency, then they'd be quick to say that goes beyond the pale. Remember, the entire reason that men like Dr. Leonard Jeffries and Khalid Muhammad were demonized, vilified, and defamed by the white media was because of universities. Khalid Muhammad gave a lecture in 1993 at Keene College, which was what prompted certain Jewish figures to demand that Louis Farrakhan denounce him and effectively expel him from the Nation of Islam. Dr. Leonard Jeffries was a professor at City College in New York, and a speech he gave, which was off campus, by the way, led to him being fired, despite the fact that he had tenure. Jeffries famously sued and won and got his old job back, but the point is that they made it clear that tenure only protects white professors, and only so long as they're attacking, or as they would put it, exploring controversial ideas regarding Black people. Leonard Jeffries went out of his way to avoid making his remarks synonymous with City College or giving them any sort of grounds to come at him, but that didn't matter. He didn't say what he said at the school or at any other school, but their problem was that he even said it at all. And no one from the allegedly free speech-loving white right said a word on his behalf. Nobody was saying, in the pursuit of truth, we have to allow even the ugliest of lies. There must be an exchange of all ideas, or otherwise, how do we learn anything? Nobody was talking like that. What they demand are safe spaces for anti-Black hate. And when they see a place where it's not allowed, they try to bogart their way in. And it says a lot that it was the kids at Tennessee State University who had to lead the charge on this one. The faculty and administration, they should have been all over that, but they weren't. And that tells you everything you need to know about the leadership at those places. Those white right-wingers should never have been allowed to walk out. They should have been arrested. They should have left in handcuffs. But as the leadership of these HBCUs see it, their real job is to try to bring in as much money as they can. And that means, well, you don't want to ruffle the feathers of any of these people who you're depending on getting money from. And that means go ahead and let the students be targets for these guys because, well, what really matters is the money. Now, as I said at the beginning of this Sunday address, we all know what the real reason is for this. These clowns are here trying to get clicks for their pathetic social media. Charlie Kirk did this routine, and they're all copying him because white supremacy has no new material, no new ideas, so they just keep doing the same thing, only more of it. Meanwhile, the so-called Black leadership is MIA right now, and that's deliberate. They're part and parcel of the white Democrat plot to allow white supremacists to attack us, not only to roll back the reforms and changes that we've already forced on the system, but also to try to pressure us into going back to our previous political passivity and stop making any demands. See, that's been what's a game changer recently. It's not a matter so much of any laws that are on the books, because you saw in 2020 with the uprisings, Black people forced demands on the system with no laws being changed. We went from the DAs saying, we can't prosecute anyone because, after all, they say they're scared for their life. I mean, the Supreme Court said after the uprisings of 2020, okay, here's the indictments and here's the convictions. Yeah, Black people started actually exercising power the right way. And it's as Black people have become more and more strident in making sure that we get our way, that's when we started getting this consistent one-note message from the DNC. Anyone who's going to make substantive demands, well, you're a Russian bot. See, remember they tried that one, Joke Reed and others, but that failed. So now they switched to saying these people who are on the fringe, we can't listen to them, when the reality is the last time Democrats actually won elections was in 2020 when the so-called fringe carried out a nationwide uprising. Even then, you had trash like Negro Jim Clyburn complaining as if Democrats had lost the election. Never mind the fact that the Democrats had a clean sweep. They got the presidency, the House, and the Senate. But you couldn't tell by the way Jim Clyburn was complaining. The only thing he could point to, though, to justify his whining was his ridiculous handpicked boy, Jaime Harrison, losing his Senate race, which everybody already knew from the beginning was going to happen. You run a loser candidate and you lose the election. And that's the reason why the Democrats are not saying anything about these recent incursions by the white right into Black spaces. This is what the reprobates on the right are up to, but you notice that no Democrats are trying to use this right-wing performative extremism as a political platform. None of them are running on a slate of legislation to curtail these creeps and to hem them up, but they did vote for a resolution to honor Charlie Kirk. Now that they would actually get behind. They were behind that legislation. The white right is making a dangerous nuisance of themselves, but nobody in the Democratic Party wants to capitalize on that politically, almost as if they want it to happen, in the desperate hopes that it will make Black people stop making demands, because then they hope we'll just be willing to settle for Democrats being back in charge, and hopefully this will demoralize the white right a little bit. No, action is what's called for here, not more empty words. Because the Black grassroots remembers that the Mother Emanuel Church massacre happened on Obama's watch. And what did he do about that? So don't whine at me that the white right is waging a war on democracy when Democrats are making it clear they're not going to do anything to stop them. That's why as Black people, we're not going to debate these scumbags. When they show up, tell them bounce. And if they can't find the exit, then show it to them. Always be the summoner, never the summoned. If there's to be any sort of contact with this garbage, then it will be at a time and place of our choosing, and we will be the ones who control who gets to speak. It's way past time that Black people started making it a habit to get in these racist faces, to push back and let them know we will tell them what's going to go, not the other way around. The entire point of running these scumbags out is so that everybody understands they have no right to speak to Black people. Nobody has any right to speak to us. And we have no obligation to listen to them. And if these guys predictably have a very hard time understanding this pig simple reality, that's fine. We will be only too glad to educate them. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Aaron, Gwendolyn Langston, Rhonda Handsome, Jerome Simmons, and Christopher Ellis. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
That's the Black Truth. I got one more for you, and then I'm going to close this out. Yeah, so yeah, Professor was right on point. Yeah, show these mothers the dough. They shouldn't even been allowed on the damn campus with that bullshit. So just continue showing the dough, FBA families. Show these white supremacists the goddamn door. And keep making demands of these damn Democrats and these repubs. Ain't nothing gonna stop us from our reparations demands. Ain't nothing gonna stop us from our anti-Black hate crime demands. All right, so I got one more in this Professor Blacc Truth's take on Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD getting the boot, or stepping down from the race for re-election, which we covered extensively but last week. So we didn't get to hear Professor Blacc Truth's take on it. So here is his take on it.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. And now a special message from Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD.
I cannot continue my re-election campaign. The constant media speculation about my future and the Campaign Finance Board's decision to withhold millions of dollars have undermined my ability to raise the funds needed for a serious campaign. I hope that over time, New Yorkers will see this city thrive under our leadership, and that policies we put in place should be continued and expanded. I hope you will see that despite the headlines and innuendo, I always put you before me.
Let us now observe a moment of silence for the fate of Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD's career. All right, moment's over. Unfortunately, Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD will no longer be moonlighting as the city's mayor. Now he'll have to go back to the hog farm and find himself a square job. All of this was so predictable. You could see all this mess coming for the longest time. Eric Adams by now should have already had his mail forwarded to whatever his new address is going to be. But one thing's for sure, once he's gone, even though he won't be forgotten, he also won't be missed either. In news that surprises absolutely nobody, Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD has dropped out of the New York mayor's race. But the question is, was he ever in it? And sure, his various legal scandals had more than a little to do with him dropping out, but the reality is this man also had other issues just being mayor alone that made it where he more than likely wouldn't have gotten reelected anyway. But I, for one, am shocked. I tell you, shocked that his co-workers over at the local pigsty, the NYPD, didn't come to his rescue. But then again, those guys don't even lift a finger or say a word when a black cop is getting charged with something. So why start now? They definitely didn't have his back when he was getting slapped with all those federal charges, and his name, such as it was getting dragged through the mud. And now with Officer Mushmouth having left the scene, people are asking what's going to happen with the New York mayor's race. Well, if the current standing is any indication, Mamdani is leading in all the polls by at least 20 points. That places him well ahead of his nearest competitor, the disgraced former Governor Andrew Cuomo. Now, Cuomo has gotten a surge of money the day after Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD went back to the precinct, but I wouldn't be too optimistic if I was Cuomo. And it's not just his bad poll numbers. Elections are good for business if you're the white media, and they have a vested financial interest in making it seem like every high-profile political race is a nail-biter, as if there's no way to know who's going to win, even when they already know the result isn't in doubt. The white media wants to keep people engaged, so they spend their time painting scenarios of how such and such second-place candidate might have some roadmap to victory if thus and so happens. Feeding people's delusions is the white media's stock and trade. And it doesn't just go for the viewing public, it also goes for politicians who are silly enough to buy into the white media's hype about them. That's the first reason why it's a good idea for Cuomo not to be listening to the white media's coverage about him, because it's mostly what the financiers in New York want to hear, which is that there's a chance that this guy could actually win. And secondly, money is no longer the sole determinant of who wins elections. Sure, money matters in political races. It's crucial. You definitely won't win without it. But Trump has consistently proven that money is not the only thing. And if the electorate is fed up with the usual suspects running for office, like, say, a corrupt local dynasty called the Cuomos, then even if your opponent does out-fundraise you, all you need is an adequate amount of money. You don't need more than he's got. You just need enough to actually run your campaign. That's what Donald Trump figured out. Now, let's also get something else straight. Mamdani is painfully aware that the economic forces he's claiming to want to take on are not enthused about him. He'll need them on his side if he's going to run the city because, as Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD has found out, those billionaires have been running New York a lot longer than he has. And while these rich kleptocrats would prefer Cuomo, the reality is they'll put up with Mamdani if they have to. That's why Mamdani has started the process already of pivoting and ameliorating some of his more fiery rhetoric. He's clearly sending the not-so-subtle signals that he doesn't want to totally alienate the billionaires and gazillionaires in New York City. What this means is he's not just looking at his fortunes in New York. He's probably already, just like Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD, dreaming of higher office. I know that there's more than a few people in my listening audience who probably have sympathetic leanings where Mamdani is concerned, or at the very least, they look at him as the kind of disruptor they would prefer. And I'm not here to say yay or nay to that. But what I am here to say is, at the end of the day, you got to be realistic about the way the politics actually works for a candidate who's actually trying to win. The billionaire class that he claims to want to go to war with may not necessarily be his cup of tea, but they're not going anywhere any more than he is. And speaking strictly in terms of realpolitik, if these guys are going to be stuck with each other, they might as well stick together. Don't be surprised if Mamdani eventually emerges as somebody who's in these guys' hip pocket. Far stranger things have happened in American politics. But this morning's briefing isn't about handicapping the outcome of the mayoral election or its aftermath. It's actually about reflecting on the end of an era. Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD came seemingly out of nowhere with tons of white money that nobody knew where it came from. And then people started actually looking into the finances and found out that it came from a whole bunch of shadowy foreign donors. And to think that Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD began his short-lived political career by wagging his finger at black New Yorkers' faces and giving them the "but what about black on black crime" spiel. Yeah, he was absolutely shameless about performing and buck dancing for those white dark money donors that he wanted cash from, and for a hot minute, it seemed like they actually genuinely wanted to support him. And speaking of support, also don't forget that he had some fellow bootlicks out there, some buck dancing preachers and other members of the Butter Biscuit Brigade, these clowns who have been selling out black New Yorkers since time immemorial. When Officer Eric Adams goes ahead and gets put out to pasture, don't forget about any of those creeps. They were in there with him, they exposed who they are, and they should have no credibility with any black New Yorker, nor should they receive any tolerance either. They were right in there with him, nodding their empty heads on cue. So Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD and his coterie of coons were only too eager to bend over and give evil an opening, especially if Officer Eric Adams thought that it would elevate himself. But like every bootlick, he simply didn't understand that white power never had any long-term plans for him. He was only there as a stopgap, a temporary measure until they could find someone more acceptable to put in his place. And as we can see, it didn't take long. It's like I've always told you. White power doesn't put these clowns into these positions without knowing exactly how it's going to get rid of them when the time comes. And the time always comes. Unfortunately, there's plenty of bootlicks who are in political office, and tragically, there's a number of others who are waiting in the wings desperately hoping to get into political office. Well, there's one lesson that all of these chumps need to internalize. The key to political safety and security is not sucking up to some white political donor, some dark money deep pockets that you think you have to appeal to by spitting in the Black community's face. The key to actual political safety and security is in building strong ties to the Black community so that when it comes time to run for re-election, the people are already on your side. That helps a lot, especially if you got the white media who's decided they want to go ahead and take shots at you. See, the orange man recognized that his political lifeline was maintaining a strong tie to his base. That's why he constantly caters to them, constantly throwing them red meat, and he won't say anything critical of them. A lesson that the Democrats could stand to learn, because a strong connection to your political base can overcome your opponent's financial advantage. Trump never finger wags at his political base. He never lectures them, condescends to them, or tells them that they're wrong. And that's the reason why the deplorables have been loyal to the orange man for a decade now. Because regardless of how venal and corrupt the man is, at the end of the day, he has not broken faith with those voters that he's been depending on. He understands the game of politics far better than a lot of the Democrats do. He knows where his power lies, and he's not about to fumble the ball on that one. Meanwhile, Officer Eric Adams is now staring into a very uncertain future. There is, of course, precedent for corrupt after politics. After all, it was the corrupt former police commissioner Bernard Kerik who started a consulting business, but then again, that was before he wound up going to prison. Eric Adams, I don't think, will be so lucky. The white powers that be, they're not going to make room for him like Giuliani did for his buddy Bernard Kerik. They're not even going to bother to have this guy on Fox News, no matter how much he talks down to the Black community. What's going to become of Eric Adams at this point? Since he so loves licking boots so much, I think he would actually have a great second career as a shoeshine boy. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Starlet Thompson, Deep Eye 904, Ragland, Terrence Gaines, and Alice Ransom. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, there you have it. That's Professor Black Truth's take on Officer Eric Adams getting the boot and having to step down from the mayor's race for re-election in New York. I got one more for y'all, and that's the GOP's agents of no influence. Also by Professor Black Truth.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth.
It's bones in here.
They melt.
They melt.
They do.
Did you ever have to be like, baby, no.
Oh, yeah.
Madam Vice President in my backyard, and I'm spinning pizzas.
It appears to be quite impressive.
Hello, and she's impressed.
Okay, don't cut out the anchovy. I saw that.
Did it surprise people around you how much you shared?
Yes, it did. You don't need to wash your chicken.
What?
It's just important that it's pronounced correctly. That's all I have to say.
Man, Cisco, you're going out sad. Every time I see this woman, when she's talking to Black people, especially if they're supposed to be in the media, she's always talking about food. And she's usually getting it wrong somehow. Collard greens in the bathtub, anyone? But it goes to show that this is what Democrats think of Black voters. All of that shuck and jive, step and fetch and stuff. Oh, these simple Negroes. You don't have to talk about policy with them. There's no fear of that coming up. Instead, you go ahead and you talk about some watermelon and chicken. That's how you go ahead and get on their good side. That's all they're good for. And sure, the audience for the breakfast schlubs is like that. Food is in their name. But for those of us who are adults, this kind of crap is a joke, but not a funny one. And as for this Evans character, can't say that I've ever heard of him before, but I can tell that this is what happens when that gig on RuPaul's show doesn't pan out for you. First the Shade Room, now this. This is the class and caliber of individual who Kamala Harris is trying to pal around with these days. You can tell that she's still pining away in the desperate hope that maybe she can run for president again in 2028. She knows that she still has zero support from the Black community, definitely none from Black men. So I guess having a girls' night out with a goofy individual like this is supposed to be her idea of Black male outreach. She's doing a sit down with some zesty podcaster. She eats French fries. I'll bet she thinks that that's soul food. And she laughs that witch's cackle of hers while making some lame one-liners and whining about how great things would have been if she had become president. Never mind the fact that the entire reason she's exiled back to the private sector is precisely because people hated how things were with her in the White House. She didn't listen then, and she's still not listening now. This is what Democrats are doing in their attempts to try to lay the groundwork for the 2026 midterms. This is a pathetic attempt to avoid having to face the music. Even now, they're terrified of doing so. And that's in large part what's killing their party. The reliable bootlicks who they prefer to run to their little safe spaces and chat about this or that, these people have as much credibility as a rodeo clown. Though I gotta say, I've seen rodeo clowns with far more dignity than this idiot. But the Democrats aren't alone on that one. Just to show that these people are literally two wings of the same buzzard, thank you, Tari and Rain, here's another influencer, a guy named Xavier DeRusso. This guy's entire shtick is that he claims that he supported BLM some point in the past. And then he claims that, well, he saw the light and now he's a conservative because he sees the truth. Just keep in mind, by the way, Tomi Lahren had claimed that she supported BLM in the beginning, though she couldn't provide any proof of that. These days, this Xavier character is running around for the white right, simultaneously carrying water for them and trying to sell the soap. But I'd say that from the way this guy looks and the quality of people he likes to pal around with, he ought to be using that soap and water on himself. These bootlicks never have an original thought because they don't think for themselves. Hell, most of them can't think. So they put on the tap dancing shoes and start performing for massa. In the case of this DeRusso character, he's part of that rump contingent who actually thinks that they're going to inherit Charlie Kirk's audience of deplorables. Now, riddle me this. When has the white right ever elevated a Black mouthpiece to the status of a Bill O'Reilly or a Rush Limbaugh or Charlie Kirk? Because it's the money that these Negro bootlicks are actually hoping for. They could care less about notoriety or fame. They're just trying to get the bag. And they think that this is the fastest route to it. But has it ever worked? Especially for the Black bootlicks? Have they gone ahead and had white power giving these guys $20 million checks? Have the Koch brothers or any of these right-wing billionaires come up to these Black bootlicks and handed them multi-million-dollar checks? These guys never figure out white power's not going to pay these fools that kind of money. They just want the bootlick there for a photo op. At best, you get to pretend to be their Black friend, and at worst, you're going to wind up being their crash dummy, whose job it is to nod your head obediently and agree that racism doesn't exist. Period. And here some of these fools are thinking that they're going to be the next Charlie Kirk. Most of them didn't even know who Charlie Kirk was before he was killed. But for the aspiring bootlick who thinks that this is the finesse to run, let me take some of the suspense out of it for you. Candace Owens messed up that little hustle for all of you. And since white supremacy considers all Black people to be just one big Negro, when they look at you, the only thing they're going to be thinking about is Candace Owens. How long before this Negro decides to break bad on us? But when I came across this interview with Kamala Harris, I couldn't help but think of this DeRusso chump. This guy claimed that he was on the left. He was actually just a professional clout chaser. He claimed that he was with the BLM movement. I guess he must have seen D. Ray McKesson and thought to himself that there was a lane there, except there wasn't. So since he couldn't get any traction as a BLM protester, too many other LGBT people who were over there, instead he decided that he had an epiphany all of a sudden. And now he realized he was actually a conservative. So he's been out there getting politically pimped by PragerU and other bad actors. This is very typical of people who try to climb the ladder in punditry and trying to find someone who will pay them for it. I've told you about how Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks was a staunch conservative, and he still remains so today, but the white right wasn't hiring at the time, so he changed his tune, got on with Air America Radio, which gave him entree to MSNBC, and he pretended to be left-wing, or at least left-leaning, except where Black people were concerned. That is, until recently when Cenk Uygur and the Young Turks began leaning hard to the right with their content. I guess he needed more money. And Ed Schultz did the same thing, and Mehdi Hasan was asking a right-wing newspaper in Britain for a job before he got on with MSNBC. Michael Steele was the chairman of the RNC. He was going hard in the paint for W and the Republicans back in the day. That is, until they stopped paying him. And now he's on MSNBC. You see how it works? These people shift to the left or the right, depending on who it is they think is actually going to pay them. All of them are just trying to get in where they fit in. And their politics are completely and thoroughly malleable. Have check, will babble. But just like Evans DeRusso is another white media mouthpiece falsely claiming that he's got the pulse of the people. And while it's true that Kamala Harris had no influence with black male voters, neither do either of these clowns. White supremacy, left or right, has no real desire for black people to exist, much less be in spaces that they have claimed for themselves, much less be leading white people in those spaces. Ask Mark Robinson about that one. And since there's not many black people who are willing to regurgitate the kind of crap that the white right wants to hear, even if they are being paid to say it, it says a lot that even among the meager handful of Negroes who decided that they were going to go begging the white right for a job, they still didn't get paid enough to even keep the lights on. They can go ahead and try to chase that dream if they want, but thanks to Candace Owens, their would-be white paymasters already decided that they didn't have their black friends under tight enough control. And now they're going to triple down on that. These politicians can hide their heads in the sand, but their failed strategy of sticking to safe spaces where some bootlick is going to play ball with them doesn't work. That's why Kamala Harris lost and keeps losing. She's trying to build a bubble for herself, and the black media just keeps on popping it. And this is a vulnerability that the white right doesn't have, mainly because the only reason they got the one or two Negroes who they allow to be on camera with them is simply as a rhetorical dodge. It gives them the ability to give a feeble denial of their racism. Why? We can't be bigoted. Look over here. We got one or two niggers who are, we got these one or two dedicated individuals who are free thinkers and going against the grain. There's no way in hell you can be a free thinker when you have to depend on some white power broker for every crumb of your daily bread. And by the way, I think I should add that I've even heard some of these white podcasters who are left-leaning say similar things. See, for Democrats, this is not now and has never been about winning elections. It's always been about continuity of policy. A racial policy. They act like they're unhappy with Republicans being in control of the government, but in reality, Democrats are playing their part as controlled opposition. Their job being to control you. The midterm elections are right around the corner, and the campaigns for these candidates are about to kick into high gear. And with people like Ezra Klein of the New York Times talking just like Barry Weiss, we're already seeing what the white media strategies are going to be on that front. Just repeat things like Negro Jim Clyburn wagging their fingers at us and attacking the very voters who they claim to want votes from. And why are they attacking their own base? For daring to make demands. They're going to be on all the networks spreading that propaganda, but then again, they won't need to because the hosts of these programs, these anchor people, they're going to be doing the exact same thing. It's going to be a nonstop op-ed of all of these people, or these fringe people, these far leftists or far left fringe. They're going to be blowing elections for Democrats. They're the problem. You got to ignore these people. You got to go ahead and shut these people up. They're the problem. We're about to see a massive and hyper-aggressive campaign of mind control take place, because that's what that kind of endless repetition is. Expect a nonstop parade of DNC dummies saying that our demands are what cost them elections. Why? The reason the orange man is back in office is because you made demands. America hates whatever it is that you're demanding, and they don't like you either. Whatever it is that you're for, America is against. Sure, Americans can't agree on anything except that they don't want whatever it is that you're demanding. That's what the Democrats are saying over and over again. Yes, it's a lie, but then again, when you got billionaires using you for meat puppets, that's what you get. Because after all, Americans don't like what's going on in Israel because they don't like either the money or the lives lost or what have you. And yet both parties have given Israel untold billions of dollars. So it has nothing to do with public opinion. Congressman Jim Himes lied through his teeth and said the Democrats lost in 2024 because of defund the police, even though that hasn't been a thing in years. When Mehdi Hasan confronted him on that lie, Himes immediately dropped it without even pretending to justify it. He didn't even try to justify what he said. This is not about reality. It's about pushing a lying narrative that America doesn't want what we're demanding, and that if we speak up for ourselves, why all of America is going to unite against us. And before any shills or plants try to say it, yes, we know the Republicans aren't for us either, but Republicans aren't the ones trying to get our vote. And they're also not the ones who claim that they historically have stood by us. And while it's true that Republicans are at war with democracy, it's also true that the Democrats haven't lifted a finger to even stop them, because the Democrats are at war with their own base. All because the base is making demands that require Democrats to disobey their paymasters. I've long told you that Congress, at least as Democrats see it, is nothing more than a DC-based social club. But what I should add is that the membership fee to the club isn't paid for by the candidate, but rather the donors. You need a sponsor to get into this club. But all of that is being threatened because the grassroots, specifically the Black grassroots, have made demands and stuck by our guns. Sure, you got some others on the white left, some of the pundit class online, who have figured things out. At least they're actually saying it now. But they can't deny or ignore the fact that we were the ones who started it, and we're the ones who are going to keep it going, not them. When you see Kamala Harris and others sitting down with these nobodies, what they're actually trying to do is to manufacture instant credibility for people who have permanent inauthenticity. This is not about showing that this or that shill has clout with the people. It's actually about demonstrating that the white dark money behind these people can conjure magic, and they can get their propaganda over and have the public eating it no matter who's pitching it. But it's also meant to signal to any would-be influencers that if they want to get some face time with these washed-up politicos, then they need to be zesty or otherwise unthreatening too, which means you go ahead and have your hair look like a goddamn parakeet, and you sit here wearing clothes as if you're going to be hanging out with the village people. But most importantly, you make sure that you don't ever put them on the spot. You know exactly what questions they don't want asked, so every question is supposed to be a softball for them. You let them go ahead and repeat their stale, old, tired, canned talking points, and you sit there and smile and nod obediently and pretend as if this gibberish is the most profound thing that you've heard all year. For these people trying to get put on by the white media, they know that the people who they want to get a video with, they have a type of individual that they want to talk to, and that you better fit that mold or you don't even get your foot in the door. Be they shilling for the left or shilling for the right, this is the difference between these bootlicks out here and the Blacc media. It's not enough to simply get an interview with somebody. What matters is what kind of questions you're asking them. What is the purpose of the interview? Is the purpose of the interview so you can claim that you had a sit down with this or that famous politician? Oh, this vice president sat down to talk with me. Or is the purpose of the interview to make sure that your audience and your viewers' questions and concerns are heard, are put directly to them? Mainstream news in America has always been a toilet, but it became a complete and thorough cesspool when these guys started getting paid big and they decided they were going to go along with the get along wholeheartedly. And now you got these folks online who are pursuing the exact same strategy, and they're doing it for the exact same people. All of this endless carpet bombing you see them doing, bringing out these clowns and shills to get out here and buck dance for them, this is supposed to be what counts as a substitute for the influence that they don't have. That's the entire reason that they have to go through all this. Well, if Kamala Harris is trying to change anybody's mind about her, especially in the Black community, I recommend that Kamala go ahead and get started on her next book now, because she's going to have nothing but free time on her hands to write it. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Sean, Stay Positive, Nora Brown, Joseph Shorter, and Jack Smith. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, thank you, Professor Black Truth, for that awesome commentary. Yeah, the white donors can give you a platform, but they can't give you credibility. And these bootlicks and shills is finding it out the hard way. We're gonna keep exposing these clowns left and right. We got some in our city and our state that we expose all the time, and we're gonna keep exposing them clowns. But thank y'all for tuning in to Season 5, Episode 46, Part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News. Join us tomorrow today, because it's Tuesday now, for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 9 p.m. in the East. And then join us after that for continuation of the Frontline Blacc News part 3 of season 5, episode 46. So peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and delineations, and Black empowerment. Chan Kruma signing out. Thank you to Crew Reality for coming through. Thank you, Randall Robinson, for coming through. Thank you, Twin and Mac, for always coming through. And anybody else that was speaking and not speaking. Oh, yeah, shout out to Michael for coming through, too. So, I'm out. Peace.